From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estate, I bid you all good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Friday night stream. Going to be doing some Friday Night Newsies, reacting to things, talking about what's going on in the world, and also, maybe looking at some fun things, doing a bit of travel vid reacts, and then we're finally going to finish up Metal Gear Solid Delta. So, first things first, do make sure that you follow me across all platforms. You can find all of my links at lordrexworth.com. That is lordrexworth.com. I put that in all of the chats for everybody. So I have that in Twitch. There it goes to YouTube. And maybe, just maybe, it'll let me put it into Kick Chat. I don't know. May have to do that manually. Let me go over to the Stream Manager for Kick and see if it'll let me do it over there. There we are. Perfect. Okay. Right. Yes, thank you all so much for joining me here on we're streaming across all platforms. Well, most of the big ones tonight. We are on Kick, we are on Twitch, and we are on YouTube tonight. Apologies again for the technical difficulties late last night. It was around 2 a.m. that we were just getting to interesting climax of Metal Gear Solid Delta, and then all of a sudden the internet just completely shut the bed. So had to wait for that to come back up. Unfortunately, YouTube did not come back up, but most of the streams should be available. I did end up having to trim something because of a copyright claim by the BBC, as I feared they would, with a small clip from Only Fools and Horses. And, yeah, so that's available. You can find the full VOD over on my Rumble channel, and you can find a link to my Rumble channel by going to lordrexworth.com. That is lordrexworth.com. So yes, make sure you follow me across all platforms. We don't know how long we're going to be on Twitch. We don't know if YouTube will suddenly decide to nuke the channel. And we don't know what's in store for Kick. You can't put all your eggs into one basket. So, we stream across all platforms. We have all platforms available. Coming soon, we're going to be doing more streaming on X, and might even bring in some more live streaming on Rumble, and possibly even Odyssey. So make sure that you are following me across all platforms. And I've also got a locals community. I've been noticing I'm a bit of a fan of a podcast known as Side Scrollers. Don't know if any of you watch that one. They're over on YouTube, and they're over on Rumble, and they also upload to Spotify. It's a good program. Lots of great people. As one of my Oshis, the Foxu, Kersha, as a frequent guest. My other Oshi, Leaflet, dear, lovely, beloved Leaflet, is a frequent guest contributor over on Side Scrollers. I'm also a Side Scrollers Plus member. They're utilizing locals for that sort of thing. I don't really know what sort of exclusive content I would put up in a locals community. One thing that springs to mind is maybe like live recording sessions whenever I do reading ASMR. There's still so many volumes left to go through of the Railway Cities, and I want to do that. So I don't know if that sort of thing would be worth $5 or £5 a month or something like that. You'll ultimately have to make the call on that, but it is something that I'm looking at doing with locals, and who knows, may have some sort of Rumble integration with that. I can't really say. Anyway, got some ideas with sort of rolling around in the old noggin there. So yeah, stay tuned. It'll be but we've got lots more interesting things in store for the future. I've been talking, and it's funny, I was was talking with one of my senpais, Razorwind, about this. He expressed an interest in doing original video game IPs, and I said, it's a coincidence. I actually had an idea that was rolling around in my head about that. And so, yeah, we got to talking about it, and it's definitely something I'm interested. I've no idea how to create a video game. I only know sort of a basic concept. Would definitely need to assemble a team of people who knew what they were doing to get something like that off the ground. But, the great thing these days, given the sort of open source game engines that are available out there, the people in our respective communities, in gaming and VTubing and streaming, many of whom are game devs themselves, and, as much as some people like to shit on the idea, AI is actually making the barrier for entry for game development and programming that much lower and that much easier for people. So it is a possibility you could see in the future, don't know how far off or in the near future this might be, you may very well see a Lord Rexworth branded video game of some kind. I can only tell you right now that it's going to have waifus. Lots and lots of waifus. So if you love waifus, and let's face it, who doesn't, you'll want to stay tuned for that. So those are some of the things we sort of tease you with in the pipeline at the moment. Won't get too far into specifics because I don't want to spoil anything, don't want to jinx myself. But, these are some things that I've been wanting to do for some time now. On top of other projects that I finally feel like I'm at a place, once again, where I can finally start looking at different projects and integrating them into my content. I've got about 2 or 3 music tracks that I've recorded, covers of popular songs, and just need to have a music video made of them. Finally getting back to a place where that may actually be in the budget. So, who knows? Quite soon, maybe even before the year's out, I don't even know. You may very well see his lordship releasing a cover of something like Bakamitai from Yakuza. Your screen is blank for me, sir. Try refreshing. If the screen is showing up blank, it may be something, maybe a connection issue. May possibly be a Twitch issue. I'm excited. I am too. Actually, I'm more more relieved and just sort of feeling a bit more confident these days. And you know what? Frankly, it's about time that some of these things start going my way once more. But Pyon Lee, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming first. Also, Phalanx, good evening to you. Jade Peppermint, hello, hello. Oh, it just popped in. Good. Glad it's working. But yeah, make sure you follow me across all platforms. The website, lordrexworth.com. lordrexworth.com. You'll find all my platforms there. Give me a follow across each of them, please. Really helps me out. Right. So, with all of that said, let us do the news. And we start with something that's behind a paywall. No, we're not going to do that. I thought perhaps we might be able to. It wasn't marked exclusive on GB News, but apparently 6 selections, 1 for reform, so that's an encouraging sign. Let's see. Let's go over to X. We've got some things to talk about. Let me refresh my own feed here. Let's see. Those of you who are Star Wars fans of the original Star Wars trilogy, Kenneth Colley has unfortunately passed away. You may know him as the bloke who played Admiral Piet. Met a rather tragic end at Return of the Jedi. But brilliant actor. Sad to see him go, but born in 1937, getting on there in age. Let's see. Also some other things. This from Kirsha, retweeting from FBI Director Kash Patel. The Southern Poverty Law Center long ago abandoned civil rights work and turned into a partisan smear machine. Their so-called hate map has been used to defame mainstream Americans and even inspired violence. That disgraceful record makes them unfit for any FBI partnership. In April, during our anti-Christian bias panel, I made it clear the FBI will never rely on politicized and agenda-driven intelligence from outside groups, certainly not from the SPLC. Under this FBI, all ties with the SPLC have officially been terminated. Good on him. Good on him. As Sulyanath states here, we also need to make sure that we declare the SPLC a terrorist organization. They explicitly allied and supported Antifa and incited violence against people like Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec. It looks like FBI may also be terminating any sort of partnership with the ADL. So that's also encouraging news. We love to see things like this. This is actual progress. Kash Patel actually putting in the work for once, so you know what? Credit where credit's due. Well done, Kash Patel. Let's see. We woke up to this morning further information. We talked about this last night in the news segment. But yeah, the tragic jokes just sort of write themselves. This sort of Norm Macdonald style. UK's counter-terrorism police name Manchester synagogue attacker as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old UK citizen of Syrian descent. This according to Sky News. In tonight's news, the UK imported a radical Muslim who goes by the name of Jihad. You'll never guess what happened next. Let's see. Pathetic. This from Dan from podcast The Lotus Eaters. Police reduced to begging Hamas supporters to stop protesting because they're at a breaking point. Hamas supporters told the police to do one and just stop arresting them if they can't cope. Let's see. Dear Defend Our Juries, on Saturday you're planning an event at Trafalgar Square, seeking over 1,500 attendees to attend and demonstrate support for the prescribed organization. This event requires a significant policing plan. Following the horrific and tragic events that have taken place in Manchester this morning, details which are still developing, the Met is stepping up its reassurance and protective security operation across the capital, with a particular focus on London's Jewish and Muslim communities. However, as you know, your previous large-scale events and other concurrent protests place a significant pressure on policing and draw officers away from the communities they serve to be in central London. That sounds like a you problem, mate. Maybe if you had more police forces and, maybe if you actually focused on, I don't know, fighting actual crime instead of locking people up for mean tweets. Means less neighborhood response officers in their communities, less officers focusing on serious crimes. With the other intent this weekend to attract more than 1,500 people, all with the intention of being arrested, this would require us to deploy hundreds of officers to your event to maintain the law without fear or favor. Your last three events in central London have required over 2,500 to police, including dedicated to counter-terrorism officers, as a result of the Terrorism Act offences observed at your previous events. This weekend, we would ask you to please consider pausing your activity and postponing it for another weekend to ensure these officers who would otherwise be policing your event can instead be in their communities to provide a visible reassurance and protective security. This is the best they can offer, is please would you kindly consider doing this another weekend. This is absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Bow-tied Nostrich responding, I have zero sympathy with the PA crowd, but I also find it hard to sympathize with the claims of being under-resourced given they regularly send teams of half a dozen officers to police social media protesters. The establishment have spent half a century building up their own funeral pyre and persecuting anyone who tried to stop them. Now they've given their pets a box of matches and let them play with them. They deserve everything that's coming, and I won't lift a finger to save them. We asked nicely is a very good retort. When Tarquin and Jemima get their heads truncheoned and are seen with blood staining their kafirs, I won't lose sleep if that happens. So, again, the absolute state of Britain. He's the music man. He comes from far away. What can he play? I don't know, but we shall ask Mr. Music, will you play? Welcome in, Anglo. Some tragic news in the world of the theatre, in films and television. Dame Patricia Rutledge has passed away. I believe she was about 95, 96 years old. We're told from a press release that she passed from natural causes and was surrounded by family early in the morning when she passed. Very long life lived. As I said, she was a legend, an absolute titan. I'm sure many of us remember great programs like Keeping Up Appearances, Hetty Wainthrope Investigates, of which she was a star. I believe she was one of her breakout television roles was a few episodes on Coronation Street, back during the days of black and white television, and just absolute breadth of and depth of performances on the stage, on the big screen, on the small screen. She is everywhere and quite prolific. I don't think an exaggeration to say that Dame Patricia's works were on the level with other legends like Lucille Ball, possibly even Sir Laurence Olivier. In fact, if I'm correct, I think she took a lot of inspiration from Lucille Ball and from her performances in I Love Lucy when they were doing Keeping Up Appearances in the 90s. But programs like that, absolute required watching with me and the family growing up. And they were very popular exports to the Americas. Lots of local public broadcasting stations would devote blocks of time on the weekends. It originally started with stations like KERA in Dallas, wanting to broadcast old episodes of Monty Python's Flying Circus. And that led to picking up other programs like Are You Being Served, The Vicar of Dibley, Father Ted, Red Dwarf, really popular British comedies. And that would be, a Saturday night of more highbrow entertainment. Certainly better than anything you would see with Saturday Night Live, which was airing at the same time. And of course, Keeping Up Appearances would be part of those British comedy blocks, and Hetty Wainthrope Investigates would be part of like Masterpiece Theatre, with Alistair Cook introducing and sort of providing some background and context for foreign audiences as to what you could expect with a program like that. But absolutely brilliant actress. Saved a couple of bookmarks. Let's see here. This one in particular, she was on the Teddy Wogan show and performing I Want to Sing in Opera. We'll try and play this and just hope to God we don't get some sort of copyright strike from Wogan. Turn on our browser audio. Let's pause the music. And let's listen to a bit of the late, great Dame Patricia.
I'm getting so tired of these comedy songs. I want to sing something divine. I'm sure and I'm certain to shine as a star in the opera line. I simply love Wagner, Mozart, and Puccini. Their music is really tip-top. So I mean to change my name, Blobs, to Blodgini, and see if I can't get a shop. I want to sing in opera. I've got that kind of voice. I'd always sing in opera if I could have my choice. Signor Caruso.
She was so gifted. Indeed she was. Absolute legend.
Sign. Sign.
Our pianist needs a moment. Quite easy to strangle with that.
Told me I ought to do so.
Shout in was what?
That's why
Ah, well done. Well done. I believe she was classically trained as an opera singer. Didn't really, I think she fell out of practice. And then later in life, trained herself once again to sing in the operatic style. Much of it's safe to say a lot of her very well-known works, like achieving worldwide acclaim, that came to her in the second half of her life, which you see with so many great British performers, that is a common refrain. A lot of great actors just never really coming into their own until they were in their 40s and 50s. Let's see here. Those of you who are fans of Keeping Up Appearances, Dame Patricia playing the character Hyacinth Bouquet, always pronouncing it bouquet, even though it's spelled bucket. And you've got God welcoming her to the pearly gates and saying, "Welcome, Mrs. Bucket. It's bouquet." Let's see. Here's some other samples of her comedic works. Let's see. Kitty from Victoria Wood. Bit more of her comedic performances here.
I was in the cafeteria here, and a woman sat down with a prune yogurt. And her speakers are fine, so I said, "What's that terrible smell?" She said, "It's my grief." And I said, "Well, it wants washing." She said, "Do you mind if I smoke?" I said, "Not a bit, but if I get bronchitis, will you stump up for the bed jacket?" That told her. And she came out with it. She said, "I'm Arabella Fitzhenty and I'm on tranquilizers." I thought, so would I be with a name like that. But I just kept mum and busied myself with my munchmallow. She said, "You probably recognise me. I do the advisory programme. I'm very big in the provinces." I told her, "You've yet to click in Cheadle," which I think hit home. Anyway, she said, "Kitty, could you possibly fill my slot for me? I cannot cope. I've left me culottes on the underground. It was trainee day at the bikini waxers."
Oh my.
Yes. And I've got a raging case of premenstrual tension. All this in a voice loud enough to blow the froth of a Horlicks 2 tables away. So I leant over, tapped her on the cleavage with a pastry fork. I said, "My mother gave birth to twins in an unheated washhouse and then got straight up and finished the mangling, so think on." I've had my share of gynecological jip. I still can't polka without wincing, but we're spunky and Cheadle, we totter on. Anyway,
Totter on.
these. Arabella. My boyfriend and I used to make love at least twice a night, but now it has dropped off. I'm not surprised.
Oh, dear me. Oh, that's good. That's really good. And then, of course, I mean, let's get to the really good stuff that she is most famous for. The keeping up appearances, playing the bucket woman. I mean, who can forget? Anyway, let's see. This is a clip from Comedy Connections. These are the showrunners and producers, Roy Clark, Harold Snowd, discussing the casting of Dame Patricia Rutledge as Hyacinth Bouquet in Keeping Up Appearances. Turned out it wasn't the easiest production of any of them, but end result, beloved around the world.
The placing of Patricia Routledge into Keeping Up Appearances was entirely down to Harold Snowd, who produced it, and pulled off that perfect bit of cast.
Long before becoming a weekly and appalling guest in 12 Million Homes, Patricia Routledge was already one of the country's most celebrated actors. As part of the satire boom in the early 1960s, she appeared regularly in That Was the Week That Was.
Oh, that was the week that was.
You naughty boys! You're not the type that one employs. If you had coal, you'd only keep it in your bath. They should stamp out, you naughty boy.
But the theatre was Patricia.
That was the week that was. For those of you who don't know, that was a sort of prototypical precursor for what would eventually become, I believe, Monty Python's Flying Circus. I think they have some old episodes that are still salvaged from from BBC's vaults. If you have a BritBox subscription, you might be able to watch some of those. They may still be available. Not 100% sure on that. I cancelled my BritBox subscription quite a while back and thinking about re-upping it, actually.
Patricia Routledge's first love, and she enjoyed stage success on both sides of the Atlantic.
Patricia Routledge.
Oh, yes.
Hold it, babe.
Being presented the award by Groucho Marx.
In 1968, she was presented with a prestigious Tony Award by the great Groucho Marx.
Incredible.
Patricia Routledge's appearances on television included guesting as a fake medium in
Oh,
Steptoe
this
and
was
Son.
good. The Steptoe and Son medium. That was a good scene. That was a really good scene. I saw that. Someone posted it up on X earlier today, and that was good.
In the first of Alan Bennett's Talking Heads. But before Keeping Up Appearances fell into her floral lap, she was probably best known as Kitty in Victoria Wood as seen on TV.
Dear Kitty, it says Arabella. My boyfriend and I used to make love
saw
at
this
least twice a
moments
night,
ago.
but now it has dropped off. I'm not surprised. Is he getting tired of me? Well, I'm getting tired of you, and I've never even met you.
It took just one reading of the first Keeping Up Appearances script to convince Patricia Routledge that she and Hyacinth Bouquet were made for each other.
That character leapt from the page, and I said later on to my agent if Roy Clark wasn't writing this for me, he ought to have been.
Obviously, a lot of the success of the series was down to the characterization and the relationship between those characters. And Roy Clark is absolutely brilliant at creating characters, first class.
So that's the clip from there. Let's see. We got some clips here from Keeping Up Appearances. BBC, don't copyright strike me, damn it. We're doing this for news and journalistic purposes and for reaction content. This is this is whatever that bullshit term is that you get the idea. Fuck off, BBC.
Residence, the lady of the house speaking. No, I do not have a special offer on spicy prawn balls. This is not the Chinese takeaway. And will you please get off my white slimline telephone with last number redial? No, you cannot have 3 of 22 and a portion of 19 with chips. This is not the Chinese takeaway. This is a private slimline pearl white telephone with no Oriental associations whatsoever. No, you cannot have a number 24, nor a double portion of 37. This isn't the Chinese takeaway. This is a private slimline white telephone with no connection whatsoever to any business or trade. Especially not one of foreign extraction. Do I sound like a Chinese takeaway? I am a highly desirable private residence in an area of outstanding natural property values. And I'm waiting for your apology. Unless, of course, the thought of bean shoots and crispy wonton have totally stir-fried your basic good manners. But kindly clear this line. There are people of substance in this community who are probably queuing to ring me at this very moment.
Oh, dear.
Your suggestion is noted. But I see little practical merit in having the telephone up my jumper. No, I cannot send round another portion of stir-fried squid with fish balls and broccoli.
God, it just kept
This
going.
is not the Green Lotus Chinese takeaway. I may only be 1 digit removed, but believe me, it's a whole other world. I heard that, and it wasn't Chinese. Okay, residents, the lady of the house speaking.
Oh, yes, the typical
No,
greeting.
you cannot have a number 41 with noodles instead of rice. Do I sound like the Green Lotus? What do you mean, sounds more like the Green Dragon? Look, I must warn you, you're speaking to a white slimline telephone within the precincts of a clergyman. And a very merry Chinese New Year to you, too. I think it's time, Richard, that you complained.
About what?
About these wrong numbers for the Chinese takeaway. You must ring the ambassador.
What ambassador?
The Chinese, of course.
I don't think it's really his province.
Ring the ambassador. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Oh, this is when Richard and Hyacinth went yachting. And hilarity ensued.
Screw the rules, I have money.
I'm not. Oh dear. Let's see. Some of the classic scenes I've got here. Oh, dealing with the postman. Those are always funny.
How do you spell bouquet?
B-U-C-K-E-T. B-U-C-K-E-T.
Oh, bucket.
It's bouquet.
I'm afraid you won't be aware of very much, Mrs. Bucket. Bouquet. It's very kind of you to invite us, Mrs. Bucket.
It's bouquet, Vicar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that for me?
It says bucket on the envelope.
It's bouquet. B-U-C-K-E-T. Bouquet. The accent on the second syllable.
Ah, Mrs. Bucket.
Bouquet. Mr. and Mrs. Richard Bouquet, we have a reservation.
Oh dear.
What was the name again, please?
Bouquet.
That's spelled B-U-C-K-E-T.
Oh, bucket. Oh, yes, we have a bucket.
Pronounced bouquet, dear. Hello! Mr. Penworthy.
Good morning, Mrs. Bucket.
There you go.
Is this the Bucket residence?
Well, there are 2 schools of thought about that. She pronounces it bouquet.
But it's spelt bucket.
That's right.
Good morning, Mrs. Bucket. Bucket. Bouquet.
Ah, good morning, Vicar.
Mrs. Bucket.
That's a great running joke. Oh, yes.
Mrs. Bucket.
Poor postman.
Bouquet, bouquet.
Oh, I love that one. Let's see. I think we've seen this one already. No, there was another one somewhere. Oh, here's a scene from Step 2 and Son, Let's take a look at this one. This one's good.
Lights.
What time's the big picture?
I must ask, please, for complete silence and concentration, and please, no sudden noises or disturbances whilst I am in a trance. I will ask you now to all join hands.
Join hands, here comes Charlie.
She's gone.
Blimey, that was quick. She on piecework.
No, she don't mess about. She heads straight to the meat. She's trying to make contact with Geronimo.
She'd do better to light a fire, wouldn't she?
Are you there, Geronimo? Are you there,
I am here.
Geronimo? Are you angry, Geronimo? You were a long time coming.
I expect you went down the Goldort Road, could he?
I am ready.
Ooh, is there anybody there who wishes to contact anybody here?
Yes. Is Mrs. Daddy with you?
Yes, I'm here.
He wishes to speak to you.
Hello, Dotty! It's George!
What range?
You always call me Dotty.
He wasn't a bad judge, was he?
This is gold, I know.
Dotty.
How are you, George? How am I? Oh, not so bad. My arthritis has cleared up. I'm so glad. How are you keeping? Oh, not so bad. But my arthritis hasn't gone. Oh, well, it will when you come up here. How's the weather? Still raining. Never mind, it's good for the garden. How many geraniums? Not as good as when you did them, George. Well, try putting a bit of potash on them.
And next week's gardener's corner.
I do miss you so, George. Oh, are you lonely? I am a bit. Well, why don't you get married again? I wouldn't mind. I'm thinking of getting married again, George. You do that, and I hope you'll be very happy. Oh, thank you, George. Well, I've got to go now. Somebody else here wants to talk to you. Goodbye, Dotty. Goodbye, George.
Oh, God, when's Henry VIII coming on? Here you go.
Geronimo.
Oh.
I am here.
Is there anybody else there who wishes to speak to anybody else here?
Anyone else there? I should just speak to someone here.
Albert Steptoe with you.
Yeah, I'm here.
I have your wife, Emily, here.
Oh, my God.
Is that you, Albert?
Emily?
Hello, Albert. You haven't been down to the grave lately, have you?
I'll go in the morning. It's your mother.
Cobblers.
It is.
Who are you speaking to, Albert?
Harold. He's sat next to me.
Harold, my little Harold. He should be in bed. He's only 5.
He's not. He's 40 now.
Oh, he's older than I am.
Oh, come on, now, that's enough of it.
Harold, it's Mummy talking. Are you there, Harold?
Say hello to your mother.
No, I'm not going to.
Go on, say hello to her.
Oh, God. Hello.
Classic. I think someone had some outtakes from earlier. Don't know if I saved them or not. Probably not. Great outtakes available on the internet from Keeping Up Appearances. But anyways, let's see. Oh, this is good. I wanted to get to this. February last year, she turned 95. And she had this lovely letter she wrote to the public. And she said, in my younger years, I was often filled with worry that I wasn't quite good enough, that no one would cost me again, that I wouldn't live up to my mother's hopes, but these days begin in peace and in ingratitude. My life did not quite take shape until my 40s. I'd worked steadily, on provincial stages and radio plays, West End productions, but I often felt adrift as though I was searching for a home within myself I hadn't quite found. At 50, I accepted a television role that many would later associate me with, Hyacinth Bouquet of Keeping Up Appearances. I thought it would be a small part in the little cities. I never imagined it would take me into people's living rooms and hearts around the world, and truthfully, that role taught me to accept my own quirks. It healed something in me. At 60, I began learning Italian, not for work, but so I could sing opera in its native language. I also learned how to live alone without feeling lonely. I read poetry aloud each evening, not to perfect my diction, but to quiet my soul. At 70, I returned to the Shakespearean stage, something I once believed I had aged out of. But this time I had nothing to prove. I stood on those boards with stillness, and audiences felt that. I was no longer performing, I was simply being. At 80, I took up watercolour painting. I painted flowers from my garden, old huts from my youth, and faces I remember from the London Underground. Each painting was a quiet memory made visible. Now at 95, I write letters by hand. I'm learning to bake rye bread. I still breathe deeply every morning. I still adore laughter. Though I no longer try to make anyone laugh, I love the quiet more than ever. I'm writing this to tell you something simple. Growing older is not the closing act. It can be the most exquisite chapter, if you let yourself bloom again. Let these years ahead be your treasure years. You don't need to be famous. You don't need to be flawless. You only need to show up fully for the life that is still yours. With love and gentleness, Dame Patricia Rutledge. Amen. Well said. Yeah. Right. So, that is some of the newsies here. Let's see. Oh, yes, you got this whole thing going on in Portland. Portland, not exactly a great place to be these days. But it appears that Pam Bondi finally, well, she's fucking doing something. Making a move in what many call the pro-Antifa Portland Police Department. In the early hours of the morning, independent reporter Nick Sauter, whose work is often featured at Revolver News, was arrested in Portland after being attacked by Antifa. You read that right. He was attacked and then he was arrested. He was on the ground covering the story of federal agents stepping in to help the local ICE office, which has also been under siege by Antifa terrorists. And so Sauter was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct.
With the flag. They're fucking him up.
Hey!
Mark's a veteran. He's got it.
Prior to his arrest, Nick can be seen on camera putting out a burning American flag. Anti-ICE protesters burned an American flag at the ICE facility in Portland late Thursday night. Independent journalist Nick Sauter can be seen grabbing the flag, putting out the flames. Patriot. Nick was shockingly arrested later by Portland PD. By the way, Nick kept the flag he rescued. When word spread about Nick's arrest and the video clips came out, outrage erupted online. Some of the comments: only in Portland would the police arrest a journalist and protect Antifa. Trump was right. Like Charlie Kirk said, America is the one nation where even the ones who hate it refuse to leave. The police targeted him. It's almost like they have a directive from the top down. Portland police are violating the civil rights of thousands of law-abiding citizens. I wonder if it has anything to do with him criticizing them on Fox News earlier. Ridiculous, yet expected. PPD is complicit with Antifa. Free Nick Sauter. Arrest criminals, not journalists. Well, there's finally a light at the end of the tunnel. Nick took to X to update everyone on his case, announcing Pam Bondi has ordered a full investigation into his arrest. He even called him personally to let him know. Assistant AG Harmeet Dillon weighed in on X about the upcoming investigation. From the sound of it, Portland PD could be in some very hot water. Blistering hot. instead. Portland, it's find out time. Buckle up. Meanwhile, DHS Secretary Kristi Neame has also vowed to fight back. From Benny Johnson. Just spoke with DHS Secretary Kristi Neame. She's been briefed on the attack and arrest of journalist Nick Salter. Secretary Neame tells me DHS will surge ICE resources in Portland. Quote, Antifa is a terrorist group and will not control our streets. Nick also posted a message directed at the Portland police. Sounds like they may want to lawyer up. Hey, Portland police, you made a big freaking mistake. You proved what we've all been saying for years. You're corrupt and controlled by violent Antifa thugs who terrorize the streets. You thought arresting me would make me shut up and go away. You couldn't have been more wrong. Stay tuned. What happened to Nick was outrageous and never should have taken place, but the silver lining is it looks to be the spark that finally forces a deeper look into Portland, exposing the truth about how this city has been run in conjunction with Antifa. Let's certainly hope so, but then again, I'll believe it when I see it. So, trust the plan, but also chimp out. Let's see, President Trump quadrupling down on the sombrero memes. It's not just funny, but it's a new message terrifying the Democrats. For way too long now, the left has controlled the right with words and messaging. They've weaponized labels like racist, bigot, or the classic literally Hitler to keep Republicans in line. It's been their tired playbook for eons. President Trump and his base never took the bait. Weak GOP politicians and establishment media types always did. They'd fall all over themselves, calling for unity, whining about Trump being divisive, clutching their pearls over mean tweets. Remember that nonsense? The entire country was forced to endure it for years. But Trump's methodology of mixing humor and memes into his fight against the left is pure brilliance, and the Dems know it. That's why Gavin Newsom is desperately trying to copy Trump's online style. Of course, Newsom's an absolute cringe factory who's failing miserably, but he knows a winning strategy when he sees one. The problem for the left is that you can't just magically become Trumpy. You're either that way naturally, or you're not. There's a new word, Trumpy. This is literally hitting close to home, about 10 miles away from that ICE center. I'd stay at least 20 miles away from that phalanx. Let's see. The left still hasn't learned you can't manufacture a movement. It has to happen organically in a real, sincere way to capture the hearts and minds of the people. Playing copycat won't cut it in a world where sincerity is now the number one currency. Chili Eyeshard, welcome in. We all know that Trump is the top general in the meme war. It's in his blood. He gets it. Memes should be triggering, timely, funny, and dank. In the meme war, you have to make every meme count. In the meme war, you have to meme until they cry, then make memes about them crying. Anyways, coming to the point of this whole thing, there's the sombrero meme. If you've been living under a rock and missed it, here's the quick rundown. It all started when word of a government shutdown spread and Republicans immediately got ahead of the messaging. They told the American people the truth. Democrats were about to shut down the US government in order to hand out free healthcare to illegal aliens. And from that messaging, the sombrero meme was born, portraying Hakeem Jeffries in a floppy Mexican hat, showcasing his love for illegals over Americans. Of course, the second the left saw the memes, they instantly cried racist. That only made matters worse for the Democrats. Not only were they facing a shutdown of their own making, thanks to their obsession with giving free healthcare to illegals, now they are being mocked and laughed at over a sombrero and a hilarious fake moustache. Nothing the left throws at it is working, as Al Franken just found out the hard way.
A lot of you have been talking tonight about these government health care plans that you've proposed in one form or another. This is a show of hands question, and hold them up for a moment so people can see. Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants. Okay, let me start with you, Mayor Buttigieg. Why?
They totally claimed it would, and then all of a sudden turned around and said, oh no, that's not happening. J.D. Vance nailed the racist nonsense perfectly. While he was at it, he put the stuffy schoolmom-style propaganda media in their place. On the sombrero thing, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist. I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican-American that's offended by having a sombrero meme? I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and say, this is AI-generated. And he had the curly animated mustache, too. Do you not realize that the American people recognize he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animated mustache? Give the country a little bit of credit. The American people aren't stupid. They understand what a joke is. From Jason Cohen, C-SPAN caller cracks up over Trump's post of Hakeem Jeffries and sombrero. Host John McArdle.
What do you make of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts about focusing on Hakeem Jeffries and attempting to lampoon him is maybe the word to put it. There it is on his Truth Social post, and a new one featuring Hakeem Jeffries from last night went up as well.
Well, I called Hakeem Jeffries last night and left him a voicemail, and I wanted to know where he got the sombrero from, because I wanted to buy one too, because I thought he looked good in it. And I didn't know he could grow a mustache that quickly, but I thought he looked real good in that mustache.
Do you think the
you got it on TV right now? I asked Hakeem Jeffries, where did you get that hat? Because I want to go buy one. Please give me a call back. But see, that's the problem.
Do you think videos like that help in this process here in the negotiations?
Help in the process? No, it's just a joke. See, nobody can take a joke no more. This country is so evil in so many ways that nobody can take a joke anymore. You do not think that is funny? A mariachi band.
He apparently does. A lot of people do.
All those, instruments and Hakeem Jeffries. That is funny. Come on.
That's Kevin in Gainesville, Florida, taking your phone call.
Of course, the C-SPAN talking head has no comment. The truth is, it's hilarious to anyone who isn't a bitter weirdo and still has a sense of humor. And let's be honest, humor's supposed to be edgy, even offensive. That's what makes it funny. Meanwhile, President Trump quadrupling down like a meme madman, pumping out sombrero content like it's going out of style.
Hola, mi fellow Americanos, y bienvenidos al cierre de Schumer. That means welcome to the Schumer shutdown. We call it the Schumer siesta, right? It's the Schumer siesta. He put the government on siesta, crying Chuck. And El Hakimo Jefe Jeffries, we used to call him Dollar Store Obama, till we realized he's worth far less than $1. But they put the government on siesta to give illegal aliens your health care. We're not going to let it happen. I looked at both of them. I said, we're not going to let it happen. It's no bueno. I said, it's no bueno. They begged me. They said, but senor, por favor, please give illegal aliens the health care. I said, we're not going to do it. We're never going to do it. It's not going to happen. And they're also very upset about our big, beautiful sombreros. You look at them. These are the greatest sombreros the world has ever seen. We really have the best
sombreros. That's a damn good sombrero. I would wear that sombrero.
Except Crying Chuck and El Hakimo Jefe Jeffries. They don't want one, but they're going to wear one when all...
Can you imagine me, his lordship, with a giant sombrero with Trump 2028 on top? I think I'd look rather dashing with one of those, don't you think?
All of a sudden done. We're going to end the siesta. We're going to reopen the government. And we will not give in to
no
the
more
demands
siestas.
of Chuck
We've had
and
plenty
El
of
Jefe. We're not
siestas.
gonna
It's
do
time
that.
to get back to work.
Thank you. God bless you. Dio lo bendiga. And God bless America. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
That's pretty good. Let's see. The memes from the government shutdown are epic. We've reached levels of trolling that have never been achieved before. That's pretty good. I keep seeing the president, and I keep thinking of that line from Christopher Walken of, I've got a fever. The only cure is more cowbell. As the big turning point for the meme, sure, it's funny when President Trump shares the hilarious jokes the supporters create. There's a deeper message behind it. And it's one that absolutely terrifies the left and the media lackeys. We don't care. I mean, it also proves that old Saul Alinsky tactic, quite true, that ridicule is man's most potent weapon. Lamau, steeing in on President Trump's Hakeem Jeffries sombrero mustache meme, which Dems call racist. Let's see here. This is from Eric Doherty.
From Vice President Vance, not just defending that AI racist video of Minority Leader Jeffries wearing a sombrero, but also like celebrating that video. And it was playing on a loop in the briefing room today. What are you hearing from the inside about that?
It was not only just playing on a loop in the briefing room. If you've never been in the press briefing room, for those who haven't, there are loudspeakers overhead so you can hear announcements or what's being said, or if there's an event going on with the president in the Rose Garden, for example. They were playing that mariachi music as well over the loudspeakers for all the press that was coming in and out of the White House today inside the press briefing room. It just kind of gives you a window, John, into how they're dealing with this and how they believe they have the upper hand when it comes to the messaging here, and also kind of how things have changed from the first time Donald Trump was in office. I mean, there was a shutdown then. I remember all 35 days of it. As the president said at the beginning, he'd be proud to shut the government down, and then it ended, obviously, with him not getting the money for his border wall. This time, you know, there's a moment here. They're being heavily criticized over these posts by the president, by Democrats, and instead of backing off or apologizing for it, they're leaning into it, and they're playing the music over loudspeakers.
Which is exactly what you're supposed to do.
Because they simply don't care about that criticism.
Yes.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thank you very much. And we'll...
They don't care. They really just don't fucking care. And why should they care? I mean, no matter what you do, they're just going to call you a racist anyway. They're going to call you nasty names like that. So fuck them. Scott Adams, we simply don't care. Correct, and that's exactly what's driving the propaganda press insane. They're powerless. After the assassination of Charlie Kirk, all bets were off. The mood in this country shifted overnight. It was sudden, seismic, totally irreversible. America crossed over to a new frequency, and everyone felt it. There's simply no going back to the way things were before, and this observation from author John Ringo, spot on. I was talking to Miriam the other day about a realization I had. The murder of Charlie Kirk was unquestionably a turning point. Future historians, plus 200 years, should look closely at J.D. Vance when he said, "I don't care, Margaret." It gave permission space to just not give a damn what the left says about you. That was tremendously powerful in a way that wasn't quite noticeable at the time, but is increasingly noticeable. We don't care. You cannot emotionally blackmail us anymore. Vance said it first, but Charlie Kirk's murder and the joyous reaction gave it gravitas. We don't care. We simply don't care. And that is tremendously freeing. The chokehold the left once had on the right is over. And when you stop caring about their labels, their outrage, their stupid smear campaigns, and unapologetically keep being yourself, that is real empowerment. And for the left, it's pure terror. The last bit of power they had over conservatives is gone, and President Trump drives that point home every single time he reposts a sombrero meme. And on that note, we leave you with this, Halloween being right around the corner. If you're looking for a costume idea, here's one that's guaranteed to come with a flood of left-wing tears and free healthcare for illegals. Olé. And that reminds me, I've got a... Yeah, here's, on a similar note, here's something I've been wanting to get to from the podcast The Lotus Eaters for quite some time.
Keir Starmer has recently come out and said, you know what? The current state of the country, I think is beautiful. I think it's tolerant. I think it's diverse. This is Britain as envisaged
Alternate
by
reality is he
Blairite
living in now?
managerial class.
I love and have pride in my country, and I want to serve the whole of our country, our beautiful, tolerant, diverse country.
Got news for you two, Tick, here. It's not beautiful like it used to be. We shouldn't be tolerant. And diversity is not a strength, it's a weakness.
And I want to serve the whole of that country. And I was arguing against reform because reform do not believe in that country. They want to tear that country apart. What was said last week
because it doesn't fucking work.
Migrants who are lawfully here, who've been here for years, working in our hospitals, in our schools, running businesses, our neighbours.
Yes, because if we don't, white Britons are going to be a minority in their own country. They all have to go back.
Reform say they want to deport them. That would tear our country apart.
Is that
We
immoral?
are at the moment a leading member of the coalition of the willing.
So we'll pause it there, because that I think is a fascinating statement. Because what they're doing is when he says our country, we could say, yeah, your country, their country, not our country. There are two
Their
separate
alternate
groups
reality,
being identified.
meta-universe version
And
of Britain.
And honestly, you're right. Nigel Farage did not say anything of the sort. But that is actually what is kind of being pushed up by the United Kingdom rally. The old Britain, before the Blairite Project, still exists to a certain degree in fact, most of the country. But the new Britain that he's thinking of, where, we've brought on all of these people against your will, and now they are as important.
Rights, yes, absolutely.
They are as important as the people who have been here since Cheddar Mash.
Actually, call them more important.
Well, that's
because
true.
they have protected characteristics.
Absolutely. Yes.
And must be promoted and celebrated. And that's where he talks
At
about
the
diversity,
expense
that's
of
where the
white
division comes
Britons.
in.
Precisely. And so just a quick thing, this is what he recognises. He sees the modern multicultural UK Britain where no one's ever arrested, nothing works, there's not enough housing, there's not enough services, the NHS is collapsing, the fact that everyone's unhappy. That country, that was the ideal. That's how things are supposed to be. That's why Shabana Mahmood is like, oh yeah, the police are doing a great job. No, they're terrible. What are you talking about? They say they don't love our country. Well, have you looked at the state of it? Have you looked at what you've done to our country? Swindon, and I say this every time, 15 years ago, Swindon was actually quite a nice place. It was actually really quite nice.
Just for context, chat, in case you aren't a listener or daily watcher of the podcast Lotus Eaters, Lotus Eaters have set up their studio and their streaming facilities in Swindon. So that's why you hear Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad here, talking so frequently about Swindon, because, that's where they live, that's where they work, and that's where they have people come in as guests, such as Firas and also Ben Habib here, formerly of Reform. I mean, it's simple logic. If you're a guest in someone's home and you act up and behave poorly, you get showed out the front door. Yes, in any sort of rational, normal times, we don't live in rational, normal times, unfortunately. And so, in this day and age, we're all just expected to just sort of put up with all of that. And someone acts up and behaves poorly. You're just supposed to take it, because if you actually stand up to them and do something about it, it's considered racist, and it's considered xenophobic, and any other sort of istophobe that they can come up with. But in any normal, rational times, yes, we would show them the door, and there are a lot of people in Britain who do not need to be there. And as a matter of fact, if it doesn't stop, if even legal immigration is not halted, or at least severely curtailed, as I said, white Britons will become a minority in their own country, and that is not a good thing. That is, it's. The next step is persecution. But then again, they are ruled by people who hate them and want them dead. It's one of the reasons that every day I'm so grateful that I presently reside in America and don't have to deal with that sort of madness. To be fair, America has its problems, as we've been seeing, but my God, it's a hellscape over there in Britain. Anyways, let's keep going.
And it was, not very exciting, but it was just normal and it was familiar, and there were people there who you recognized, and now it's just a wasteland of strangers from all over the world, and they've been brought here again.
Wasteland being the operative word.
I love that country. It's like, well, I'm sorry, Keir, I do want to tear that country apart. I want those people to go home. We don't know who they are. They shouldn't be here. They weren't brought here with our consent, so they can just go. And you say, okay, well, he's
actually they're brought here against our consent.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Because
Yeah.
there's been
Yes.
successive governments elected over and over on cutting immigration, and they've done the opposite.
Every
The Labour
every
Tory
manifesto.
Uniparty.
before John Major,
including this lot, who
Yeah.
said they'd stop illegal migration. He can't even call them illegal.
Britain is is USA's immigration issues dialed up to 9. It really is. And the Uniparty of Labour and the Tories, they have no desire whatsoever to do a damn thing about it. As a matter of fact, I bookmarked a few things here. Let me see. I think it was Dan from the Lotus Eaters who had this. Just got to find it. This is a good one from Catgirl Kulak. Quote tweeting Zoomer historian, 1 million British girls raped, thousands of our people murdered, millions of our people terrified to go outside, entire cities ethnically replaced, dozens of terrorist attacks, and their response, don't look back in anger. But one foreign Jewish man gets murdered, call in the SAS. And quote tweeting from GB Politics, the British Army's elite SAS have this evening been called in to support the terror probe in Manchester. More British girls have been raped than Nanking. If your response is Britain needs a revolution so horrifying, total, and soul-destroying it makes Mao look like a moderate, I really don't respect you. Western man must become something so feral that this can never happen again. And there was... trying to see if I can find it. Oh, yes, there's the signature gathering against digital ID. Nearly 3 million signatures gathered. Government response on the 2nd of October. We will introduce a digital ID within this parliament to help tackle illegal migration, make accessing government services easier, and enable wider efficiencies. We will consult on details soon. In other words, fuck all of you. Let's see. Yes. There we go. From Migration Watch, although the population of England and Wales has grown by 23% since 1981, mass demographic change in urban centres has seen the white British population collapse by up to 42%. The last time demographics in England changed so quickly and severely was the Black Death in 1348. The Black Death, centuries ago. I mean, let that sink in. And quote from Callum from the Lotus Eaters, last time demographics in England changed so quickly and severely was the Black Death in 1348. The picture of stern, shocked face of Wallace from Wallace and Gromit. So, yeah.
Illegal migrants. He calls them irregular migrants.
Yeah.
He doesn't see them as illegal.
And so it's like, okay, well, okay, Keir, you're like, they're our friends and our neighbours. It's like, but are they, though? Like, when you actually speak to any of them, is this a friend or a neighbour?
Look, part of me want the British to go back to being an empire again. At least things were safe. I mean, things were relatively safe, even sort of post-empire, post-colonial, during, when we started to have the Commonwealth, which is really just the remnants of the British Empire. I agree. I think empire and colonialism were overall a net benefit for the entire world. It certainly just absolutely brought out the best overall in Britain. And it was a time when we were a strong and proud people. And, you know, we sort of gave all that up because reasons, because we just felt guilty. I mean, even some, 30 or so years ago, things were safe. Britain was in good shape. Things were prosperous, and we had a sense of order to things, and it was a good time to be British. But we pissed all of that away, starting with the Blairite Revolution, and we've just been on steady decline ever since. And of course, some could argue that the managed decline just kept up after World War II, and certainly a good argument can be made for that. But yeah, the only thing is that empires can be expensive. Empires can be very expensive to maintain. But I think more than anything, people just want to get back to where things were safe. And at this point, mass deportations, even of people who are in Britain legally, but not of native British stock, they have to go back. It is getting to that point. Native white Britons cannot become a minority in their own country. We think it's bad now. The persecution and systemic racism and oppression is only going to get ratcheted up over time. And it in turn will cause not just civil unrest, but also uprisings and another civil war. And it's going to be even dirtier and nastier and bloodier than anything else that we've seen in the history of Britannia.
War was to break out, would you fight for this country? Absolutely no way. This ain't my country.
No.
I might be a British citizen, but I'm here just to live and be at peace. I'm not here to...
It's an economic zone for him. He doesn't care. It's just a place he can come to and leech substance off of. This is... I mean, you heard it. You heard it, chat. He doesn't regard... This man of foreign stock does not regard Britain as his country, and he's supposedly a citizen. That's madness. People like him, if that's his attitude, he has to go back. Simple as.
Fight no one else's battles, you know what I mean? So some people might...
Right, there we go. I mean, you couldn't get it any more crystal clear. This ain't my country. It's like, yeah, I agree. I agree that this is not your country. Why
Yes, it's not your country.
Against my will.
What the fuck are you even doing here at this point?
They will just come out and say to you that they don't really consider themselves to be of this place. It's like, okay, fine. I mean, this isn't someone who's going to get deported by Nigel Farage anyway, so it's not, great example.
This is where...
Which is unfortunate, because that is probably what needs to happen. And I think it's even more ironic that you've got Ben Habib, gentleman of Jewish descent, and you've also got Firas, Jordanian descent, both of them, in effect, immigrants, so I think Ben was actually born in Britain. Even they are in agreement on this attitude, and they've come to regard Britain as their country. I mean, at least they've got the right attitude about things.
30 years of this project has led us.
Yes.
They have deliberately set aside the nation state and any belief in the nation state. You started this program talking about how they wanted to attack farmers because they represent a line of continuity to our past. They connect us with our past.
They really do.
They're setting it aside, so you get young men like this who actually don't realize.
They want to get rid of that sort of continuity and seize farmland and sell it off to the highest bidder. Namely, private equity like BlackRock and Vanguard.
Bloody lucky they are to be British citizens. What a privilege it is, and actually the obligations which go with it, which are being prepared to stand up for this country.
And the lack of honor implied in, okay, I'm getting great things from this place, but I just want to live here. I don't want to fight for it.
I mean, this kid would have been born and raised here.
Yeah.
He wants all the rights, but none of the responsibilities.
This ain't my country. It's like, okay, where do you think you're from?
Yeah.
You know, and like Nigel, like he's not going to be under the indefinite leave to remain. I reckon he was born and raised here. I don't know, obviously. So, but this attitude, if this is pervasive in migrant or minority communities that have been here for decades now,
yes.
Well, then how can you expect anyone who's just got off the boat in the Boris wave to give a damn about the country? Like, this is ridiculous.
They won't.
And Keir Starmer's
That's
like,
just
we can't
it.
have this guy deported. It's like, why?
Why not?
Sorry, why? You know,
why not?
Why not? You know, they're not.
I mean, has it occurred to Nigel or anyone else? You can just do things, and especially once you get rid of membership with the European Commission on Human Rights, and you seize the necessary powers to do so. You can just do things. And some people will piss and moan about it. They're going to do that anyway, no matter what you do. You can't win with them, so fuck them. Just do things. Get it done. And we'll sort out the consequences and everything else later.
Integral to the fabric of the country, and yet that's his position. He's like, no. He thinks this is fundamentally a racist policy, which I think is a fantastic
We don't
angle
care.
attack that hasn't been used before. And I think this is...
We really don't care, you fucking wanker, you.
I know, we've never heard that accusation bandied about before.
It's very novel, and I think it's really going to turn Labour around in the polls.
It's one thing to say we're going to remove illegal migrants, people who have no right to be here. I'm up for that. It is a completely different thing to say we are going to reach in to people who are lawfully here and start removing them. They are our neighbours. They're people who work in our economy. They are part of who we are. It will rip this country apart. And if you're patriotic, you want to serve the whole of your country. Everybody in your...
Yes, but...
But as we've just seen, they don't want to do that.
The transition from their part
no
of
one's
our
willing to put in the work.
And the complete lack of mention of loyalty, belonging, identity. So this is the materialist mind at work. This is why you and I have that other disagreement. This is the materialist mind at work. It is incapable of viewing things that can't be quantified, measured, put a price on. Because he's a materialist, he can't process things like loyalty, beliefs, identity.
Our form of government has been entirely materialist for at least the 30-year period. You know, they all talk about...
Look what the fruits of that are. I mean, just look at what the fruits of that are. Materialism has done absolutely fuck all for the fundamentals of Britain. I'm sorry, you cannot have a truly prosperous, safe and free country without some sense of loyalty and duty behind it. You just can't. If Britain actually does master port, it's going to need to shore up its armed forces. You're going to have anarchist types causing problems. Oh, absolutely. But that would also require the British government not turning their own military against their citizens, which at this stage, with the people who are running the government, if you think they're not going to turn the Army, the Royal Marines, the Royal Navy, the RAF, the SAS, if you think they're not going to turn those guns on the native white British population, you are deluding yourself. I mean, we already saw yesterday with, actually I responded to this bloke's tweet, quote tweeted that, can go back and take a look at it here. Yeah, Firas Madad. He had an episode of Brokenomics with Dan. And he warned the next step in the Lebanization of Britain is for different communities to set up checkpoints for self-defense. And he's informed it's already happening on a large council estate that's 90% white, where local men are standing guard to make sure unknown foreign men do not enter the estate. Because there was at least one attempted rape on the estate and multiple incidences of harassment. As the police fail, people take their security into their own hands. Eventually, the foreign men are going to gang up, locals will use makeshift arms, and the issue is going to escalate. He says, I support the British right for a simple reason. I know how the story plays out. I know the consequences of this experiment. My family saw them in Lebanon and in Jordan. We ended up in civil wars because similar experiments were run. Excess tolerance combined with a loss of state authority led to disaster. In Lebanon, an entire generation was lost to civil war. The country has yet to fully recover. He said there's still time to fix this within the democratic political process, but that window is closing fast. And I responded, which he was kind enough to give it a like, said it won't just be ethnic conflict. Majority white British communities that set up these checkpoints will face the full might of both the police and military forces, and don't think for a second that the government won't use them. They will, and they will smirk with glee as they do it. Because as it stands right now, the people that rule over in government, that rule over the British population, especially the white British population, they hate them and they want them dead and replaced with these more compliant, controllable, easily manipulated, sectarian, brown and black populations from God only knows where in some third world shithole. That's who they see as the ideal voter, and that's who they see as somehow being the real British. And they're not. They never have been, and they never will be.
The economy, and of course the economy is critically important for our prosperity, but actually the economy needs to serve the constitution, the culture, and the people of the country.
Right.
And it needs to alter its behavior from time to time, depending on the circumstances of the country.
Yes.
And they don't get that.
No, because they don't. There is no conception of man having value as man and a nation having value as a nation.
Yeah.
There is only a conception of GDP, which even then.
Yeah, the only thing they care about is GDP. Everything else is just an obstacle in their perverted globalist utopian vision for things.
They get completely wrong with their tax policies and with their climate policies and all of that.
GDP per capita should be a metric they understand, but they can't even get their heads around that because
then all discussion of per capita is prohibited.
But actually, he's actually kind of transcending that with what he's saying here, right? So notice how he's identifying a moment in time,
yes,
the now, and saying, look, if you love the country as it is now, then what you have to do is accept all of these millions of foreigners that have been brought in against our will and without any kind of appeal to the electorate whatsoever.
Yes.
Well, they are a core integral part of the country. He literally just said they are just as important, and as you say, more important than the actual native people of the country. And so you can't just remove lawful people because they are, again, appeal to the system of law, that they are as constituent to modern Britain
as everyone else.
They've
set aside citizenry.
Yes.
That's what they've done. And the root cause, I'm afraid, goes back to Tony Blair with the Human Rights Act, which basically put everyone on level pegging.
So
and
much
then
of
the
it goes
Equality
back
Act
to
put
the
those with
Blairite
protected
experiment.
characteristics on
above
a pedestal
everyone else.
above everyone else.
But what is Keir saying here? Keir is saying, literally, if you get off a boat and we hand you a passport, you are just as important to this country as any other person who is in this country.
And
like
you're
the guy
not,
who was the descendant
actually.
of Cheddar Man, who was found within a mile and a half of Cheddar Gorge, where Cheddar Man was discovered. It was a 1,000-year-old body. Like, his connection to Britain is materially and substantively and morally identical to, this guy's. who's his parents probably arrived here.
Or Axel
20 years ago.
Rudolph
Axel Rudolph,
who is a Welshman, we're told, by the Prime Minister.
And he thinks it's completely immoral because foreigners are a constitutive part of Britain. He can't imagine or justify a Britain that isn't predicated on foreign people here as well. And so, okay, well, that's what Keir Starmer thinks that the UK actually is. And so he's like,
he's
well,
wrong, but that is what he thinks.
What's the rest of this? Because he's very, very het up about
your
this.
country and have an ability to bring that country together and walk forward towards the challenges. You cannot do that if you are divisive, if you only truly want to serve.
Walking forward towards the challenges. What happened to running towards the challenges, Keir? What happened to running towards the challenges? Or are you too weak and inept to even manage that? I think we know the answer to that question already.
Of our country, and that's why the fight with reform is different. Most elections have always been Labour or Conservative. This is a different election that we're facing. We have not had a proposition like reform in this country ever before. We've seen it in France and Germany and plenty of other countries. This is a different fight. It is a fight about who we are as a country. It goes to the soul of our future. It will be.
He's scared. He's scared of them.
Therefore, generations, and that's why I'm saying to my party, it's all very well navel gazing, but we've got a big argument to make here. We've got a big fight that we've got to be in, and we've got to win that fight.
You said that.
So that absolutely correct, because what he's identifying is, and this comes down to the rally, is the natives of the country who have been abused via mass immigration. They've had millions and millions of foreigners brought here against their will, and they've finally said, no, we've had enough. We would like a lot of these people to go home because they have homes to go to. And Keir Starmer's like, right, that's it. That's the end. The end of multiculturalism is here. The end of the Blairite project is here. And he is fully committed to the foreigners over the British people. He's completely committed.
Always has been.
And this is why he's like, yep, in ending indefinite leave to remain.
This is another brick in the wall for the argument of they hate us and they want us dead. They care more about foreigners than they do the actual native population. And this has been readily apparent for years now. To the point where the native population doesn't feel like they even have a country anymore. Like, they're there, but it's not theirs per se. And to claim it is would be somehow something awful, something racist, or something xenophobic. Well, nothing could be further from the truth.
Racist policy, and we need to call it out for what it is, because again, this is going to be so successful. But just again, like, you've just got so many examples of
this is in Glasgow.
People want these people sent home. Sorry,
this is a Pakistani migrant,
and she's just going to throw her rubbish in the river. Like, I'm sorry, I view that akin to like when they're going, "Oh my God, they vandalized a mosque." Yeah, well, this to me,
that is illegal. What she's just done.
Sure.
Yes,
it's also spiritually damaging to me. What are you doing, woman?
Disgusting.
It's disgusting, right? It's complete.
Dumping your trash in the River Clyde. Nothing epitomizes the saying, import the third world, become the third world, than this. And I think Sagan actually had an interesting tweet about this, saying this woman sees no problem with what she's doing. In fact, she sees everyone else who has a problem with it as the strange ones, as the weird ones who have the issues. She thinks it's there, I'm taking advantage, and you'd be a fool not to. And she looks upon everybody else who has respect for the cleanliness of the River Clyde as being absolute fools. When really the problem is, he should never have been in Scotland or in Britain in the first place. He has to go back. We can't live with people like this. We can't live with Pakis who think that it's okay to pollute our rivers just like they pollute the rivers where they come from, because it's somehow somebody else's problem to keep the rivers clean. No, it's all of our problems. This belongs to everybody, and it's up to us to take care of it and maintain it and keep it clean. And because she cannot and will not understand that, we can't live with people like this. She has to go back. Full stop, simple as. Because you know as well as I know that it's not just dumping rubbish in the River Clyde. It's just like with broken windows policing. It is a symptom of bigger problems. First, it's dumping rubbish in the River Clyde. Then it's looking the other way as her hellion terroristic children grow up and then go around and start terrorizing young white British girls and thinking in the name of Islam it's okay to harass and to grope and grab and rape these girls. And the activist types will call us evil for simply sending them home. Yeah. They'd call us evil anyway, no matter what we do. You can't win with them, so fuck them. Send them home anyway. They have to go back.
Completely unacceptable. And it's a person who doesn't care about this country, who doesn't want to be here, and is just here because we're going to be paying her to be here. That's what it comes down to.
It's not that she doesn't care about this country. It's that she would do the same in her own.
Yes.
And she thinks that you're naive for not doing the same.
Yes.
You're naive for paying your council tax and having your rubbish collected by the council and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
You're naive for carrying your rubbish around and then placing it in the proper bin.
What ultimately will happen, as that ex-post indicated, was that we will end up being like the third world.
Yes.
You import the third world, you become a...
The River Clyde will become a lifeless stream of sludge, of just trash and shit and piss and all these other nasty things, untreated sewage, and God only knows what else. And it'll ruin the ecosystem. Because these people don't fucking care, because they don't see it as they see it as somebody else's problem. It's like, no, we pay taxes to keep places like this clean, and we expect it to stay clean. And if you try to pollute our rivers and try to trash our ecosystem, then you are going to pay a heavy price for that. Send the activists with them. Let them be enriched. Yeah. If they have no love or loyalty for the country that they've invaded, send them back. Let them be where their heart belongs. If in their heart of hearts they're Pakistani, send them back to Pakistan. Or whatever the fuck they claim to be from.
Third world.
Precisely, yes. Yes.
It's just straight. I mean, I can't even imagine how much I'd flip out if I saw my kids throwing their rubbish into the river.
And I'm just going to bring up another
I don't have children, but any of mine did something like that. They would be flogged publicly. I'd have no problem doing it. Flog them publicly. It's like, you little bastards, how dare you? Have you no respect for the land that we call home? Especially if they did it over there in the land of my ancestors. No, that's just... We're not having that. We are not having that. I have no intention of raising children to be slobs. My children are going to clean up after themselves and conduct themselves as proper, good, upstanding members of society. I will not have them behaving like savages. And what we saw with that Paki woman over there, that was savagery. We're not having that.
Example that I've noticed, I don't know if you gents have noticed it, but the .gov.uk website used to be written quite well. You might have disagreed with all the draft bills that were on it.
Sure.
But now the grammar is terrible, the punctuation is terrible, and we can laugh. But
Yes, because the ruling elites have come to view proper grammar and syntax and everything else, and good spelling, and diction, and proper pronunciation, even the received pronunciation, as somehow racist. And so they want to get rid of it. They want to decolonize the language. In other words, they want to turn everyone into blithering idiots and make them all sound like actual fucking savages. Yuslove03, thank you for the follow over on Kick.
It's the decay of standards.
It's the decay of standards, and we're seeing it visibly now taking place in our country.
Quite. Yes, very much so.
There was it the Conservative?
The thing that always sold British voices to the world was the fact that we are so well-spoken. It's not just a funny accent. It is the way things are said with such authority and elegance and grace that is the envy of the entire world. And now you've got people in the British government that are so ashamed of that they would destroy it. That they would destroy something so critical to British identity, the very way we speak and the way we conduct ourselves in written communication.
Keep posting things written in American English on their Twitter feed. Yeah, I don't know whether you've noticed that.
I haven't.
They're getting American advisors to help them.
And not just that, it's because the Zoomers are just online and they just imbibe American culture.
Right.
I mean, in some ways that can't be helped just because the globalization effect of communications and all. I mean, even I do it. I live in America, so there's a lot of Americanisms in my communication. Probably a lot of American slang that you wouldn't expect. But, I do try to keep some of the old ways alive. In some ways it can't be helped. But what Ben Habib is talking about, it can be helped. And it needs to be reversed. And part of that can be done by the UK government firing their American advisors.
The Conservatives would be very particular about British spelling.
It's about standards.
It's about standards, and you are right. These are just falling everywhere. Anyway, so Rachel.
I mean, I do a bit of a mix, like quotation marks, for example. Very often I'll use the double quotation marks. I had to do them for my journalist days because I worked in American media. And so I had to follow those standards. But with spelling, I try to use the British form of spelling. So colour, for example, is the American spelling for that is C-O-L-O-R. But the British version is C-O-L-O-U-R. And I try to honour the British spelling as much as I can. So sometimes you will see a bit of a mix of that, of American-style punctuation, but with British spelling.
Reeves went on LBC to explain, because Keir Starmer argued that, well, the policy is racist, and so are the people who vote for the policy racist. Now, that's not wise. Was it this one? I can't remember. I did.
Which, of course, she's going to say yes.
But the tactic of saying, look, you people who are voting overwhelmingly for Farage and not for us are a bunch of racists. Mm-hmm. It didn't work for Hillary. It didn't bring them back to your position.
Yeah, it was It's the basket of deplorables all over again.
And so now they're in the unfortunate and awkward position of having to defend calling Nigel Farage's policy racist, but not the people who like Farage's policy.
How can you support a racist policy and not be racist?
I think it is a racist policy, and let me tell you why.
You know,
because
I understand that, but how can... it doesn't matter whether I do, but how could one support a racist policy and not be racist?
People support the Reform Party for all sorts of reasons.
This policy, Chancellor, these policies as regards deportations, if you support a racist... I cannot see if you support a racist policy how you're not racist yourself, no?
Because people support the Reform Party for all sorts of different reasons, often not even knowing the detail of this the policies. But this policy is a racist policy, and you'll have lots of listeners
I do.
Who might be at work today sitting next to somebody who wasn't born in this country. Their next door neighbour might not have been born in this country. They might be married to somebody who wasn't born in this country.
They have to go back.
And what Nigel Farage and the Reform Party are saying is that they would deport those people.
Yes.
So... I love...
Just go on and say it, Rachel. Just go on and fucking say
so
it.
much.
You think they're all just a bunch of deplorable racists. You just think that they're all a bunch of deplorable racists and that they all just need to be marked for extermination or thrown into a gulag somewhere and forgotten about. Just go on and fucking say it already. We know that's what you're thinking. You're trying so hard not to say it, but we know that's what you're fucking thinking. Because it's what you all say to yourselves behind closed doors. I'd admit some ways of saying some words were better in the classic English military ranks especially. Yeah, it's sort of like the difference between lieutenant and lieutenant. I'll see lieutenant, but make that switch in my mind and oftentimes refer to someone as lieutenant.
Right. Because one, she doesn't answer the question. But two, they assume that people think that's a bad thing to hear. Right? By the way, Nigel Farage, you know those foreigners who moved in next door to you? Nigel Farage is going to deport them. Oh, fucking brilliant. Thank God. Because they throw
Fine
their
a
rubbish
fucking
in the
Lee.
fucking street. They make loads of noise at the evening. They're not polite. I'm worried about their intentions with my daughters. Like, people might hear this and be like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, she's doing him more
You've
than
already
justice.
sold us, Rachel. You don't have to sell us anymore.
I wanted to come to... They have this caricature of Farage in their head, which is just not true.
It's just not true.
And it's a real shame.
We wish it were true.
Yes.
We fucking
But
wish
the
it were
point is,
true.
you can see the sort of exhaustion in their faces, Rachel Reeves in particular.
We've had to do the same thing with Nigel and Reform that we've had to do with Trump, of trust the plan but chimp out, because it seems that when we do that, we actually fucking get what we want. And to their credit, Nigel and Reform, they actually seem to be listening. So good for them.
Until they have to contend with Advance UK, they're not going to like it.
All right.
Makes me, it honestly starts to make me feel not so bad about having a membership in Reform, because I had that membership and then Nigel did the whole fucky wookies with Rupert Lowe, and I'm just like, well, fuck, there's 35 quid I can't get back.
And so Farage has kind of let them think this, because Farage, of course, did not say that he was going to do this. But and also, Starmer actually didn't say that if you... In fact, they've
Get this newspaper for only 56p. Daylight robbery.
specifically found themselves tied in knots over this. Starmer didn't
way
say
too
you were
overpriced
racist
for the
if you
mail.
like the ending of indefinite leave to remain. He can't explain why you're not a racist, but he didn't say that. But the implication is that, of course, if you support ending indefinite leave to remain, you are a racist, and they're just, again, trapped on the horns of a dilemma they can't escape. But then you've got the sort of, this guy writes for the Mirror. I think he's the editor of the Mirror, isn't he? Which is a left-wing rag.
Mickey Smith?
Deputy political editor.
Yeah.
And this is the sort of opinion of the... Very, very rarely will they actually just come out and say these things. But for the last 20 or so years, British politicians have been too afraid of upsetting racists. The fear is at the root of many of the country's problems. So
What fucking planet do you live on, Mickey? British politicians don't give a fuck about so-called racist people, which they look at all of their constituencies, and most of them anyway, especially the white ones, as racist anyway. They write off anything they have to say, and they actively govern against their interests. It's like, no, they don't give a fuck about those people.
Country would be better if we just went harder down the woke international liberal route, and would be worse if we actually let the racists get what they want.
Do these people not have friends?
I guess not, or they've got, if they do have friends, they're all members of the same urban monoculture that all just go in lockstep with the supporting whatever is the current thing. These fucking people, man. They live in this alternative reality ivory tower, so insulated from the consequences of their policies and their luxury beliefs and everything. They don't have to deal with this shit like the rest of us do.
Well, I mean, he's
talk to anyone outside
the
of their
deputy
own
political editor
tiny
of the
circles?
Mirror, so I'm gonna guess no.
I mean, they've just swallowed the ideology hook, line, and sinker, and they can't distinguish between wanting borders, a nation-state sovereignty, the promotion of our own interests versus the global interest. They can't distinguish between those two.
Well, Keir Starmer
That's
literally
too much
doesn't.
for their
Anyone
tiny
who-
little
who literally,
brains.
If a foreigner steps off the boat, is moved in next to you, he is just as part of Britain as you are.
Every right, yeah.
Yeah. So their ideology literally.
And Tim Montgomery, I mean, is that the individual who Mikey Smith picked on?
Yes.
Tim is as wet as a cloth.
Yes.
You know, a soaked wet cloth that's been out in the rain overnight. That is Tim Montgomery.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely correct. You know, this is the thing. They're not even going on like the hard right of online discourse on this. But the thing is, let's assume that.
And those people, they have no concept of what the hard right really looks like. What they think is the hard right is really the moderate solution. I know what the hard right looks like. I've listened to what actual hard rightists have had to say. Some of it can actually be downright frightening, especially if you're coming from a more left-wing perspective. I mean, we shitpost about a lot of things here on stream, and I do that on Twitter. But actual hard, extreme right-wing people, these urban monoculture leftists would absolutely shit themselves if they heard some of the things that they had to say.
Racist policy. It's also just been announced by Shabana Mahmood that that's what they'll be doing. They're going, if you want to apply for indefinite leave to remain, you're going to have to be employed and paying national insurance. You're not going to be receiving benefits. You've got to be able to speak English, have a clean criminal record.
None of this is going to be
enforced. You've also got to do some
enforced.
volunteering work. So they've gone further than Nigel Farage on this.
None of this is going to be enforced, though. They're not going to enforce any of this. They say they're going to do all this. They're either going to quietly get rid of it, or they'll just never enforce it.
This one is quite insidious, the volunteering.
Right, isn't it?
Because any mosque can write you a letter saying that you're volunteering for some kind of thing.
And what a low bar.
Yeah.
What a low bar to remain in this country forever.
Yes,
Don't be a criminal.
Yeah.
You've got to pick up on what Shabana Mahmood is doing here.
Yeah.
So
Empowering the network.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, if you're not a migrant, but you actually want to obtain British citizenship, the bar is so fucking high that it's nigh on impossible for some people. It's pathetic.
You have to know how she thinks.
See, I had a lot of people asking me, why have you got a Middle Eastern guy on your show? I'm like, because he knows how they think.
Yes.
It's all good.
You're double
You're
agent.
hanging there, but it's all good.
No, he's our guy. Anyway, yeah, but you are right. That is
No, Fiddis
absolutely
is one of
empowering
ours.
the networks, right? And so it's
She's thought about this.
Yeah.
She's doing something.
And of
quite
course, what she
deliberate.
hasn't said, which a good lawyer would pick up on, is that in order to continue to qualify for indefinite leave to remain, you must remain in employment and you must not take benefits.
Quite.
she's just drawn a line in a point in time.
But the thing is, from getting indefinite leave to remain to getting citizenship, it's just 1 year.
I know.
So even that,
the whole
system,
system,
still low bar.
We need to scrap indefinite leave to remain, and we need to suspend granting British citizenship. Yeah. It's got to stop.
Completely. No, we don't need any more.
No.
And the thing is, the argument, we need immigration. Well,
the only people that we need to fast track British citizenship to is people who can prove and make a definite case that they've got some sort of ethnic tie to the UK. Doesn't matter if that tie comes from England, from Scotland, from Wales. I mean, hell, even I'd settle for like Northern Irish or something like that at this point. As long as there's that ethnic tie, a provable ethnic tie, take a DNA test or something like that. That should be what they let in. Those are the people they should be letting in.
If we've had 25 years of immigration, we've got 15 million people up, are things better or worse? Is it, the numbers are
productivity through the floor, wages through the floor, GDP per capita through the floor,
services, just
unemployment through the roof, dependency through the roof. I mean, there is no metric to which they can point to say their economic policies are working.
Exactly, and the state of the country. Like, get a train, drive a car.
Yeah.
The roads overcrowded. We just don't need more people. That's not the argument. But anyway, yeah. So it's from Nigel Farage's mouth to Shabuna Mahmood's ears, apparently, which is actually one of the things that watching the libs cope with this. Dan Hodges, I've been working in politics a long time, see some bonkers stuff, but having the Prime Minister blast an opponent's policy as racist on Sunday, then getting the Home Secretary to announce the same policy on Monday is about the maddest thing I've seen at a party conference. And I've got to... there's a part of me that kind of feels bad for the kind of centrist lib types, because they are watching the schizophrenic politics play out in front of their eyes. Because all of these people would love to vote Labour. They want to vote Labour. Yes. But Labour are like, it's racist, but also this is what we're doing. And they're just like, oh God, it's driving me mad.
They can't.
Like, what are they supposed to take from this? And then just to finish this off, you've got like people making the points, right? No one asked us if we wanted migrants from the third world to be our neighbours. We did not vote for this. These policies are not racist.
It was all thrust upon us.
And the white population of Britain is expected to be a minority by 2063 in our own ancestral land. We will not tolerate this. And that's not an unreasonable thing for the average person in Britain to think.
No,
like
it's
in
not.
Any other country,
nor is it
Any other
racist.
place, it would be completely reasonable not to want your
As
country
she says, it's common sense.
by people from other lands. It's completely reasonable. Now, and that doesn't mean that we have to eject every single person with the slightest hint of foreign ancestry or something like that. It just means we need to get a grip on this, and we don't need to take any more people in. And any people who are here throwing rubbish in our rivers or taking advantage of the benefit system, or are like, this ain't my country, I'd never fight for it, they can go home. They can go to where they feel they belong. It's really not very controversial, I think.
Remind me to tell you about the Kuwaiti kid throwing pebbles at the swans one day.
Oh, God, just don't. Yeah, if you eat a single swan...
He has to go back.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I wasn't going to say anything. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think they're hijacked to the point where there's no redemption through these people. Yeah. Oh, actually, the point I was going to make is that we are facing the end of Western civilization. Of course, what we're seeing in the United Kingdom is happening right across Europe.
Yes.
And unless we do reverse direction, this is the end of the UK. This is the end of civilization as we knew it when we grew up.
But it will be the civilization that they want. Right, it will be,
if you should call it that.
Yeah, if you can call it that, it will be the anarcho-tyranny.
You can't even call it that.
That's not civilization. Love the country as it is, and they want. This is the plan. This is what they've been trying to bring into being. And then when that's threatened, they close ranks and they say, "No, we're going to fight for it."
Yeah.
I know it's mad.
I'm almost feeling sorry for reform.
It's perfect for the oligarchs to have a massive underclass that can be used as a battering ram against native people. Mm-hmm. And providing a pool of cheap labor to boot. It's so.
When you realize this, and when the hurling of calling people racist stops working, that battering ram really starts to lose its effect. That's the one silver lining about all of this, is that it really starts to lose its effect when you don't really give a fuck anymore if somebody calls you racist.
Sort of perfect for the oligarchic class. And this is what these people should be seen as. The media as the, you know...
They're the far right, actually. The extreme policies that are being practiced by Starmer, they are far right.
They are the extremists.
On my side of the debate,
come
we
on,
believe
Ben,
in
don't
democracy,
do
we
that.
believe in freedom of speech, equality under the law.
It's about as cringe as saying Democrats are the real racist. It's just lending credence to their language and accepting their terms of debate. Don't do
These are
that.
quaint, old-fashioned things which are just commonsensical and...
They're also culturally contingent and unique. And
It could even go the opposite way, to get called a racist and the person just says, yes, do something about it. Yeah, it loses its power when you just say, all right, guess I'm a racist then. Well, that's bad. For you.
they are predicated on 1,000, 2,000 years of tradition. And
when they see that you're not going to be cowed by that, they start to get afraid. They start to, some of them even become enraged, and they start to lose control. And that's when they start making their mistakes. And that's when you can exploit those mistakes and destroy your enemies.
Of people being hammered a concept of morality that prioritizes guilt, not shame. That's the fundamental difference. If you look at the big difference between the West and the rest on a moral foundation, the difference is it's a guilt-based culture. It's a conscience-based culture.
Yes.
That's a direct result of what Christianity teaches, that you are to blame for the crucifixion of Christ.
Yes, and we need to get back to that, especially in Britain, in America, in all Western countries. We need a restoration of the Christian faith, of the true Christian faith. Not this sort of Soylent Green Christianity that has so paused and infected everything from the Catholic Church to the Lutheran Church to the Church of England and the Anglican Church. We really need based nationalist Christianity. And sadly, a lot of that is just rare, sometimes even nigh on impossible to find in some places. I think I saw somewhere today that the new, soon to be the new Archbishop of Canterbury is a woman. And they're just, that alone is something that should not be. Women have no place in the clergy. St. Paul was adamant about that sort of thing in the New Testament, saying, "Let women be silent in the church, for they are not permitted to speak." Certainly not permitted to have any position of influence or authority. Because we've seen what they do with it. It becomes the enshittification of our faith. When we let things like that happen, we need a masculine Christianity. We need a nationalist Christianity. We need a traditionalist Christianity. That practically straight up tells people, we are going back to the old ways, and you will like it, or else. Our faith and our institutions have been corrupted long enough. It is time to go back.
And that you must atone for your own sins first. That's what makes the West function. It doesn't mean other people can't have technology. It doesn't mean that they can't have military success. It just means that they can't have this kind of high trust, dutiful society.
It means that she doesn't feel guilty about what she does.
No, she thinks you're an idiot for not doing the same.
We're all trying to improve ourselves. We're self-policing under that Christian heritage.
Yes, precisely.
So I'm going to go through some comments. There are a bunch of people who said, "Oh, I joined Advance a few weeks ago. Will happily stand as a candidate if you need me."
Thank you. Please email into info@advance.
Yes. Right now, there's a trifecta of organizations that we need to be supporting, especially in the run-up to any possible election in 2029. There's Reform, Advance, and Restore Britain. Those three in particular, we need to be supporting. Because right now they are about our last best hope to save Britain from the failures of the Blairite experiment and from the Labour-Tory uniparty. So please, I implore you, chat, learn about Reform, learn about Advance. If you can support them in some way, please do so. Also Restore Britain. Because these particular organizations, the hour is late and they're about our last hope.
uk.org.uk.
There we go.
What was that again?
info@advanceuk.org.uk.
There we go. There are lots of people who are not happy with Keir Starmer. For the sake of time, I'm going to have to summarize those as, join the club. The Democrats in the US were accused of importing illegals in order to boost their voting bloc. What's the opinion of barring first gens from voting or holding office in the UK to combat corruption?
Yes.
Well, to be honest,
third gens.
Yeah,
all the way to third, I would argue.
To be honest with you, it doesn't matter how many generations. If you don't have British ancestry, you shouldn't be allowed to vote in Britain. I
Simple as. Sort of full stop. Well said.
Well, you know who is allowed to vote? British citizens, Irish citizens, and members of the Commonwealth.
Mad, isn't it?
It is insane.
It's absolutely mad. They've got their own country.
Insane.
Yeah, that also never really made much sense to me. It's like, okay, you're in the Commonwealth, go vote in your country. Don't vote in British elections. No. I don't care that you're a member of the Commonwealth. You don't have a vested interest in the way things are run in Britain. So no. Stick to your own elections and your own voting and your own democratic processes in your own countries.
Completely insane.
Yeah, why we allow a single Irishman then?
But seriously.
I know, I'm not even joking.
Why are the Irish voting in our election?
They've got their own country. The Commonwealth, they've got their own countries. Sorry, what are we doing here, folks?
Absolutely.
It's suicidal. It's suicidal.
But the thing is...
Look, I can get it if you live in Northern Ireland, because it is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But anywhere else, no. It's just, no.
As well, like, the ancient Athenians had what they called metics, right, which is a class of foreign people who ran businesses and traded in Athens, right? And these people were not politically enfranchised, obviously, because they were there to take advantage of the prosperity that the Athenians had established. And that's fine.
Yeah,
you come, you work, you pay taxes, you earn money, that's fine. That's not a problem. Why should you be
no
voting?
issue there.
Why should you be in the
look at the UAE. They have 3 million foreigners working in Dubai, but they absolutely rule that place with an iron rod.
I don't want to be quite that far, but...
No,
yeah.
but, those foreigners...
I mean, it may come to that.
They can be turfed out any second.
Yes.
And Dubai's culture...
It may yet come to that.
Paramount.
People keep moving there. Yes. People keep moving there for a reason, right? I mean, like, didn't Isabel Oakeshott run over there?
She did. She saved 150,000 in VAT on school fees.
Yeah, a lot of UK citizens have been running off to the UAE and to Dubai because they can afford it, and it's actually cheaper. And yeah, because they want to save on income taxes and VAT.
God, I hate the government so much.
Materialists can't distinguish between having property rights, which you would have as a Matic in Athens,
of course,
or as a resident in Dubai, and having political rights.
Can I just?
These are two separate things.
This is a hot off the press disclosure, in the sense that I have been approached as leader of Advance UK by many British citizens now living in Dubai, living in Italy, some in Portugal, saying, Ben, we need you to succeed. How can we help you so we can come home?
Yes, wonderful.
But they've left. These are people who love this country.
Yeah, they're native Britons. They love their country. But they can't fucking afford to live there because the bloody taxes are so high. It's been that way for decades. We've got so many British expats who live in Europe and other parts of the world. And they do it for tax reasons, primarily. Because if they go back home for any span of time, they're going to be taxed. And it's going to be just an absolute arse-raping in terms of what they have to pay compared to if they just stay where they're at. It's like they built good lives for themselves as part of the diaspora, but they love to come home. I mean, personally, I would love to go home to Britain. I would love to live there. Maybe even, get myself a small place in Scotland, where a lot of my ancestors are from. I'm the descendant of Highlanders. And, when I was last in Edinburgh, it felt like home. It felt wonderful being there. I even felt the same thing to a certain extent when I was travelling through York. But Scotland, to me, really feels like home. And I could be happy there and build a comfortable life. I don't like the tax situation in the UK. I also don't like the current political situation. And I don't want to have to worry about getting a knock on the door from the constables and being let off in handcuffs because somebody didn't like a tweet that I put out on X. As long as I stay here in America, I don't have to worry about any of that. My cost of living is manageable. Tax situation, not ideal. And I actually have real fucking freedom of speech to say what I want and shitpost on the internet and not have to worry about being sent off to jail or being sent to prison for a fucking tweet by a bunch of contemptuous judges and people in the judicial system that don't deserve to be there in the first place. That I don't recognize their authority, and I find them to be completely illegitimate in their authority. So, people like what Ben is referring to, I am legion, for we are many.
And have been forced abroad.
Dan's like, if they do, I can't remember what it was, unrealized capital gains or something. He's like, look, I'm just going to have to leave the country. That's all great.
Before they do it.
The unreal.
Before they do it.
Yeah. And so, it is insane how this country is run. And one day, we will have a government that prioritizes the British people.
It'll be the next government.
Well,
without a shadow of a doubt,
God
the
willing.
next government will be a
That is our
pro-British
hope
government.
and prayer.
What I
but
can't
it might be led
predict
by
is-
Nigel Farage.
It can't be if it's to be pro-British.
I know. That's what. Anyway, let's carry
That's
on.
what concerns us all. And you have to understand, for context, chat, Ben Habib used to be close associate of Nigel Farage, like Rupert Lowe and so many other people. His star got a bit too bright, and he had some different ideas of his own, and Nigel wasn't having it. That's why I say, if people can learn to just be content with working behind the scenes, but making damn sure Nigel gets all the credit, they may stand a chance. But Nigel Farage is still his own worst enemy. He may yet still be the next Prime Minister of the UK. And he's certainly a damn sight better than two-tier wanker Keir. But he's got a lot of flaws that could very easily prove to be his undoing.
Cyberball says, I wish Farage was half the hard right-wing monster the Guardian readers of the world think he is.
Don't
and that's
we
really
all?
The issue. Like, the thing is, right, Farage is not that right-winger, but they know that logically there entails a kind of right-wing that is the opposite of what they're doing. So they're like, no, we're going to take advantage of the British public for as much as they can. We can squeeze as much out of them as we can, and we're going to funnel it to our client groups, the foreigners who we bring over, or the minorities, or whoever. And they realise that actually there could be a right-wing antithesis to this,
Yes.
which is, oh, we're going to put the British people first, and you're going back to the margins. You know, the vast majority of this country are hardworking, patriotic, normal people who just get up, go to work, send their kids to school, pay their taxes, pay their mortgages, and do the right thing every day. And if they had substantive representation, then, and they were like the majority of what you would see, if they were proportionally represented in the political system, on TV, wherever, you would hardly ever hear from the weird fringe or the foreigners or diversity or minorities, whatever it is. You'd hardly hear from this. And they're worried that actually that kind of government could come into place, and Farage, they believe, embodies that, but of course he doesn't.
He doesn't.
In any way, shape, or
No.
form.
Yeah.
I think they just they spend the rest of the segment reading super chats. So we'll go ahead and give that a like. And I'm going to post this across all chats. Here's the link to the clip from podcast The Lotus Eaters. Go give it a watch, give it a like. Go support the lads. If you can afford it, if it's in your budget, go be a premium member of Lotus Eaters, because they've got a lot of premium content that's really good. I've listened to some previews of it myself, and yeah,
yesterday,
it's damn good. Let's see, we've already covered what happened in Manchester, so we're not going to watch that. Let's see. Do we want to talk about this? Yeah, apparently Antifa is terrorizing even the Japanese now. And this is from interviewing Japan. Chaos erupts between Japanese patriots and Antifa at anti-immigration rally. Japan's been having their own issues with mass immigration. Certain towns wanting to be politicians wanting to designate them as immigrant towns and bring in people from, you know, third world countries in Africa and India and the Middle East and places like that. Which, you know, we've seen how everything's gone to shit in the West with them doing that there. Now they want to repeat the process in Japan and perform the whole in-shitification process over there in Japan because, you know, hey, Japanese are not having enough babies, so let's just import a bunch of third worlders. That'll fix everything. Surely there's got to be some doctors, lawyers, and engineers amongst the lot. But yeah, we know how that story is going to turn out. And apparently, yeah, we've got fake and gay Antifa people causing trouble in Japan. And why these people haven't been booted out and jailed and just generally gotten rid of and, you know, flushed out of polite Japanese society, I don't know. But, you know, here's where we're at.
Blaming immigrants for the problems of Japan.
Well, I mean, aren't they a problem? We should accept high-quality foreigners. Yeah, but you're not doing that. Well, maybe you are, maybe you're not. That's the problem. You don't want to accept high-quality foreigners anymore. All of a sudden, you wanted to start letting absolutely fuck all into your country. And without those standards of excellence, you're not going to get your high-quality foreigners. Yeah, they're just like a bunch of brainwashed idiots. Like, what even is a high-quality foreigner anyway? You know damn well what it is. It's not someone from the third world.
I was out in the Namba area of Osaka to conduct my regular interviews when I happened upon a political demonstration and its counter-protest.
Figures it would be Osaka.
The following is a log of my experience.
Either Osaka or Tokyo. Although the people in Tokyo tend to behave themselves in a bit more civilized of a manner. Osakans, yeah, they let their hair down, and this is what you get sometimes.
移民反対の政策デモのカウンター。今その抗議している人たちがこれが移民反対。僕らが移民反対を反対。反移民イコールレイシスト。レイシスト。
Oh no, the races. Whatever shall we do?
どの人種ですか？言うてるのは中国、あとアフリカ。
Well, they're the ones that are causing the problems, isn't it? Aren't they? Not Middle Easterners.
アフリカ人が嫌い。アフリカ人、中国。日本人ファースト。日本人ファーストではないけど、まあ政治はアメリカでもフランスでもその国にとって優先の政治をする。
No, it don't really. Not in America. Not in France.
差別は人を殺す。本当に。
No, it doesn't. Jesus, what's wrong with her eyes? She's got that crazed look in her eyes. Somebody who's been pumped so full of SSRIs she can't see sense anymore. We absolutely must not allow minorities to be on the receiving end of that. They're probably going to be on the receiving end of that anyway, no matter what you do, so what the fuck difference does it make? Everyone's a little bit racist. I mean, my God, you act like they're made of delicate porcelain and just going to fall to pieces if they experience even the slightest bit of discrimination. If they're that fucking weak, then they're not high quality foreigners and they need to go back.
差別っていうのは具体的にはどういう意味ですか？
That's not answering the question, woman. That's not answering the question. Which they can't answer the question. They never can. Doesn't matter where you go in this world, they never can answer the fucking questions. There's no use talking to these people. She's saying that is speech that must not be allowed. So she would silence these people just because she doesn't like what they're saying. Again, I say women's rights were a mistake. And people like this absolutely do not belong in politics. And they absolutely should not be listened to. They should be dismissed. And they don't belong.
今のデモについて思うことを教えてください。周りの芝木隊って言われてる人らは、正直テロリストと一緒なんで。
Oh yeah, because anybody who dares disagree with you, they're a bunch of fucking terrorists, right? Even though you're the ones who are harassing them, they're just a peaceful protest. But you mark them as terrorists because you want to mark them for death and for extermination. That's why you're doing that. It's the same thing when Antifa types call anyone who disagrees with them a Nazi or an extreme right-winger. You're marking them for death. You're saying it's okay to kill that lot over there. You murderous maniac, you. You bloodthirsty monster. You reveal your hand just so easily.
政治家を攻撃するのは OK なんですけど、今見てもらったら分かるように一般の市民を攻撃してるんで。
How are they attacking ordinary citizens?
僕もさっき叩かれた。
Oh, they hit you. Well, you probably deserved it, didn't you?
本当ですか？何があったんですか？
カメラ向けられたんで、ちょっと手でこう押さえたら手叩かれたんで。だから。
Oh no, they brushed up against your hand. Oh my gosh, you fucking pussy. You absolute fucking pussy.
危険な人らなんで、やっぱ日本人の今の主張を、まあ僕は守ってほしいかなと思います。
They are respecting what
今この抗議デモを抗議している人たちですね。
はい、そうです。
欧米でいうアンティファですかね。
アンティファです。イコールアンティファ。芝木隊イコールアンティファです。
なるほど、日本では芝木隊なんですね。わかりました。こんだけ人数があるのは知らなかったです、日本で。
そうです。で、やっぱりちょっとずつやっぱり外国の方増えてるんで不安に思う方おると思います。僕も仕事上海外の方と接すること多いんですけど、やっぱり来てもらった方は日本が良かったなと思って帰ってほしいんで、まあ、正直気持ちは複雑ではあります。
You're all over the place, mate.
こんなことになってしまってるんで、僕はまあ平和が一番かなと思います。
今その芝木隊の方々とインタビューしてもらったんですけど、この抗議、この日本国旗を掲げている方々が人種の違う人を嫌っていると言われたんですけど、
Nothing could be further from the truth.
人種を嫌ってるんではなく、ルールを決めずに、入れてる政府に対して怒ってるだけで、全然海外の方はみんな大好きです。この歩いてる人らはみんな海外の人大好きですけど、それを
you don't have to defend yourself to make yourself look good in front of them. You don't. Stop it. They're going to accuse you of being racist and xenophobic no matter what you do. So just leave it out.
決めずに入れてしまってる政府に対してみんな怒ってデモしてる。移民政策反対デモなんで、政府に対してはデモです。これは外国人の方に対するデモではありません。それだけは皆さん本当にお分かりいただけたらと思います。
今の抗議デモに反対してらっしゃる理由を教えてもらえますか？
ヘイト、フェイク、ヘイトでフェイク。
That's all you got. Hate, fake. You worked up a sweat just for that. Pathetic.
誰に対してヘイトですか？
Yeah, who do they hate? What do they hate?
まあ主にあなた方外国人だね。
私ですか？
そうです。
Really? That has not been that's not been our cameraman's experience. Seems like you lot are the ones with the problem. Exactly what it says, mate. Japanese people first in Japan. There's nothing wrong with Japan putting the Japanese people first.
入部デモという際も説明してもらえますか？
Special treatment for foreigners equals misinformation.
日本に住んでおられる外国の方が
Why are you wearing a
い
mask?
ろいろ優遇されてるっていう
What do you have to hide?
いろいろエビデンスを調べたら全然違うんですけど、日本ですごい外国の人が優遇されてるっていうデマが広がってて、
Well, they have been,
それ
haven't
に
they?
対して怒ってまして、こっちの
Yeah, what are you
人ら
gonna
の
do
デモ
about
はそういう煽る方のこれを風潮してる方なので反対意見で
日本は出生率が少ない、下がっていってる。で労働者が少なくなってる。でしかも移民だったりとかで自分の生活を守るためにね、流れてくる人たちも自分の命を守るために、自分の人権を守るために移民制度っていうのがあるわけじゃないですか。
The immigration system is supposed to exist for the benefit of Japan, not for people to treat Japan as some sort of theme park or economic zone, come in and exploit it and not contribute anything, and feel no sense of identity or loyalty with the land that they reside in.
にもかかわらずですよ、こんなことやってるわけですよ。これも社会を壊します。
Oh no, people making their voices heard is going to destroy society. Someone saying something I disagree with, it's going to destroy society. Fuck you.
しかもこの御堂筋っていうのはいろんな国籍の人が住んでる。そんな中で誰も抗議しないでああいったヘイトスピーチを垂れ流すっていうのは絶対
He calls it hate speech just because he disagrees with it. And you're not really just protesting it, you want to silence those people. You want to mark them for death and extermination. It's not just that you want to protest it, you want to silence them. And you would silence them if you were given even an ounce of power to do so. That's your real intention. That's what you really want. You would kill those you would disagree with. You would murder them. Because your own fucking worldview is so goddamn weak. And so goddamn flimsy. That it cannot exist except in a vacuum. With no dissent tolerated. But you know what, mate? I dissent. And so does that lot over there. It seems like that lot over there have got the right way of thinking and right way of doing things. You would destroy the very identity of what it means to be Japanese. Then again, I don't even know if you are actually Japanese, so you probably would have no concept of that.
絶対に許してはいけない。だから抗議してます。
今外国人としてこういうのを見て、こういう政治的な対立が日本でこれからどんどん広がっていくのかなという心配があるんですけど、そのあたりはどう思いますか？
僕は広がっていいと思ってます。それはちゃんと対話できるなら、ちゃんと議論ができる相手とはこんなにののちゃれ合いをし
You can't have a proper dialogue, not with people like you. We've seen that now. You hate those people, you want them dead. It's not about having a dialogue. You have no interest in
なくていい
that.
と思う。ただ、ああいう奴らっていうのは、そもそも事実に基づかない陰謀
You're not going to have a dialogue with people if you just keep dismissing what they have to say as saying, oh, that's just baseless conspiracies, that's just things that aren't true. You're gaslighting. You're never going to have dialogue with people as long as you keep gaslighting. Stop fucking gaslighting people. Why the fuck you lying, bro? Stop fucking lying.
論だったりとか、ないことを話す。でそういう人たちをに対してまずそれは
Yeah, you want to set the terms, don't you? You want to set the terms like, you know, we're going to have a dialogue, but you lot on the other side, you can't say anything. All the stuff that you want to say, you can't say that. That's not acceptable. You have to accept our terms, and our terms is that heads we win, tails you lose every single time. Yeah, well, fuck you.
なければならないんですけど、現状やっぱ
Pick
り
a
これ
playing
見て
your
わかる通
fucking
り
games.
やっぱり
You can fuck right off with that shit.
参加して
All
る
the
人
way
と
off.
抗議してる人だったら、デモに参加してる人の方が多い状況。これはダメ。
Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem Chili.
対立を恐れずに、ちゃんと正しいことは正しいって言える人が増える方が僕はいいと思います。
柴木隊にメッセージお願いします。柴木隊にメッセージお願いします。
They've got nothing to say to that lot. Except for that. Well done.
柴木隊にメッセージお願いします。
I love those girls.
レイシストですか？レイシストにメッセー
Oh,
ジ。
no, not me, them. Because apparently that would be such a terrible thing if you were.
もうね、日本から出てけ日本から出てけ
事業者の永住権の話をしろ。外国人にメッセージお願いします。
一緒に頑張っていこう仲良くやるよね。やれるから。
今その抗議デモをしてらっしゃる方々に向けてメッセージもらっていいですか？
勉強せ。
じゃあ勉強やっぱ。
You should study. I think they have, and they just happen to arrive at a conclusion that you don't like.
大事なんですね。一番おすすめの本最後にもらえます？
本ね。
このレイシストの人たちに向けて。
レイシストの人たちに読んでほしい本。いや、多分ね、何読んでもダメだと思う。多分ね。
Yeah, see, you're not even trying. You've got no interest. You've got no interest in dialogue. We can't coexist with these people. We just can't. And they're fucking everywhere, man. Even in Japan, you thought they would be safe from something like this. No, they're not. Still having to deal with the same fake and gay sort of pause that the rest of the Western world's having to put up with. Fucking cancer, man.
愛してる人とか、もしくは自分のコミュニティの中できっちり自分たちが言ってることが、要はすごい広い意味で言ったら、細かい意味で言ったらいじめとか、そういったところに全部根ざした差別っていうのにつながって、
Oh no, bullying.
自分たちがその立場にならないとわからないかもしれないです。
I think there's a lot of people that could stand to be bullied. Professionally printed and laminated signs, chat. That is usually a sure sign of an AstroTurf movement. These people are fucking bought and paid for. And they honestly have no place in Japanese society. No, because you people are dangerous.
今のは何ですか？
これはなんかヘイトスピーチしてて、うちらはヘイトスピーチを止めてます。
You're not doing shit.
警察官なぜ邪魔してる？
Yeah, if you're stopping them, why the fuck are the police blocking you? Yeah?
なんか人が多いからかな、わかんない。
Explain that to me.
なんか近づいたらなんか戦ったりとか。
戦いない怖い。もう暴力は反対ね。もうでも
Bullshit.
通らせてくれない。
Yeah, with good reason, because you're troublemakers, the lot of you. Honestly, you belong in a jail cell. That's where they just need to just round you up, clang bang, stay in 72 hours when all this is over.
なんか日本ってめっちゃ平和な国だなと思ったんですけど、ちょっと矛盾してるんですよね。どう思いますか？
いやめっちゃ反対してるからこうやってプロテスターになってます。
危ない。
自分なんだしないのか。待ってください。いやなんで聞いてお願いで偉いさんに。うちらこんだけのためになんでも。
I don't give a fuck if there's only one of you. You're not getting through. You're gonna cause trouble. You're gonna get violent. Because that's what you fucking people do.
お前大阪県って信用してないぞ。ただの暴力集団と思ってる。いや我々はそれをちゃんと出してくれと要求する権利があるんです。誰やねん。
For fuck's sake, will you put the goddamn megaphones down? Leave it out.
警備をしなければいけません。合理的な警備をしましょう。
They are being reasonable. Honestly, they're being a bit too reasonable. You lot deserve to be publicly flogged.
すみません、ありがとうございます。
大阪県が税金でレイシストを守っています。
今日の目的っていうのはもし一つがあれば何ですか？
こいつらのデモをさせないことです。レイシストのデモをさせ。
They've got every right to demonstrate. If anything, they probably have more right to demonstrate than you. You're just AstroTurf foreign-funded opposition.
デモ自体はダメですかね？
ヘイトスピーチをまき散らすのはダメなんじゃないですかね。
No, it's not wrong.
解決策。
Fucking freedom of speech. There's no such thing as hate
あいつらのデ
speech.
モを粉砕するしかないね。 それでも子供たちか。させとだぞ、中途人。させとだぞ、中途人。させとだぞ、親子の俺は足りない。させとだぞ、中途人。
賛成いたする親孝行の心、賛成いたする信じあがめく立てまつる心が。
Bro, have a cuppa, rest your voice. And you know, chat, if this weren't, you know, it's foreign funded when you start seeing things in English like this. This is, yeah, this is just, I mean, obviously they're not getting a lot of money. It's probably one of the benefits of having things like USAID cut off from them. But this is just, we can tell. This is the foreign influence in Japan. This is what they're doing.
こんにちは。今日達成したいこと、世界に発信したいメッセージ、お願いしてもいいですか？
差別ダメ、絶対。
差別してくる人に何かメッセージ、アドバイス。
差別だって何の意味もない。もうただ害があるのに、それどころか人が死ぬから。
How does it kill people? It doesn't. Here comes the paddy wagon. Just being so fucking obnoxious.
すみません、いいですか？今この警察官の後ろにいるのは誰ですか？
They are racist. So we are protesting.
で、対立しているんです。今この警察官がおらんかったらどうなると思いますか？そうしたい。
They always tip their hand, chat. They always fucking tip their hand. This lot is violent. They absolutely would beat and stab and probably even produce an illegal gun and shoot those people, given the chance. They're dangerous and you can't share a country with them. That's how dangerous they are, because they hate you and they want you dead.
すみません、いいですか？
向こうが差別をしているヘイトスピーチ、カウンタープロテストをしている市民
で、今この警察官がおらんかったらどうなると思いますか？
まあ騒ぎになるでしょうがそれだけ
You
彼らは
guessed it. There would be a
デマやヘイ
commotion.
トスピーチをしている
And
の
you'd
で
be responsible.
プロテストをしてます。
この動画を見ている外国人で日本が平和な国だと思ったんですけど、今ちょっと困惑している方に何かメッセージありますか？
今、ご存知の方もいると思いますが、デマやヘイトスピーチをしている集団増えてます。でもこうやって抗議をする市民もまた少しずつではありますが増えています。
The number of AstroTurf protests is gradually growing as they've just laundered money into this country and spread it around to these people and given these pre-printed, laminated signs. It's just also fake and gay. And
ヘイトスピー
retarded.
チにこれからも反対してきますので、どうか外国人の人は、安心とは言えないですけど、そういう外国人もいる。
I would feel safer as a foreigner with that lot over there that you're protesting than with you. You lot would stab me in the back the minute I stepped out of line and said anything you disagree with.
ということをどうか覚えておいてください。
今の状況に対して思うところを教えてください。
普通にまともじゃないよ、普通に。というのも、イギリスもアメリカも移民によって治安が悪くなってますと。治安が悪くなってます。で、
同じこと同じミスを犯さないようにってイギリス人もドイツ人もフランス人もアメリカ人
Now
も言ってま
there's
す。
a lad who
これを
sees
学んで
sense.
今日本は移民は 3% です。これが 10%、20% 超えてきたら僕たちの子供とか女
If
性
it
が
rises to 10% to 20 or more, our women and children will be raped.
出ますね、殺人も増えますから
Murders
なる
will
前に
rise too.
反対してるんですから彼らは。
So he's opposing those people.
どうぞ。彼らはそう思わないですね。
They don't agree. And he's in the thick of it. Poor chap. Having to deal with these absolute fucktards.
で
Spent 8 years overseas. He loves foreigners.
日本には日本のルールがある
Japan's
し
got its own way of
入れる
doing
んなら
things.
ね、あんまりしっかり質のいい外国人をいるべきなんですよ。
何が質のいい外国人じゃお前は。質のいい外国人をお前が判断するな。
Yes, he does. You as a country get to judge what a high quality foreigner is. You get to set standards of what a high quality foreigner is. If they had it way, and if we had things your way, you'd just open up the fucking floodgates and let anyone and everyone in, and it would be chaos. And Japan would cease to be Japan.
何が違法外国人や。
当たり前じゃないですか。
It is reasonable. You're a reasonable man. And this is what they do. They just yell at you. Just yell and shout and scream because that's all they got at the end of the day. Acting like children, and when that doesn't work, they get violent.
会話できないんです。
Yeah.
感情的なんです。
There's no talking sense to them. There's no talking sense to any of them. You can't share a country with them.
会話できない。僕は会話がしたい。
They're not interested in talking. And you shouldn't be interested. You see? It's what they do. They get violent. They get violent. And the police do nothing. In this moment, chat, that bloke's life is in danger.
暴力ダメやめろ。あ、暴力はダメ。
At this point, if I were there, I don't think I'd be able to contain myself. We'd be throwing down. I'd be wanting to get that lad out of there.
会話だよ会話。
Jesus, yes, get him out of there. Life's in danger.
配信してんじゃねえよ、クソ YouTuber。あざとか悪い家に。何が質のいい外国人や。お前それがヘイトスピーチを言うたるんやろ。お前カスが。
すみませんいいですか。暴力ってアウトだと思ったんですけど、今その方が10人ぐらいに囲まれて叩かれたんですよ。
彼は質のいい外国人。質のいい外国人を日本に。それは質がいいか悪いかではないので、外国人の方や移民の方は全員大事な命や尊厳を持ってるパートナーなので、それ差別は許せん。で、それに対してこう抗議に口論になった。
That's not arguing. You got
どっ
violent.
ちかわかんないですけど、こう手を出した。
You have completely invalidated your position. You are illegitimate.
振るったんですよね。
殴ったり蹴ったりしない。
はい、その暴力、その意見の違いがあって
Bullshit. You
も
would
全
have.
然いいと思うんですけど、暴力に対してどう思いますか。
まあそれはダメっすね。どっちであっても。ただやっぱヘイトスピーチをやめろっていうのと、少なくとも僕はこう口で言い合っとったので、 それは守ってほしいなっていう。
There's nothing to respect about you.
どっちかというと差別
You're an
者、レ
absolute
イシス
shit
トたちが
stain excuse for
暴
any
力振るっ
human
てくること
being.
が多いので、それは絶対ダメやな。
No, 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 no. You fucking liar. You're the violent one. You are the violent ones. Fuck you. You are the violent ones. I swear, chat, this is the absolute bullshit that we have to deal with. And when we just refuse to deal with it any longer and just say enough is enough, this ends now, is when we will start to have peaceful, orderly societies once again. People like this, going out and doing that, what you just saw, he does not need to be walking the streets of Osaka. He needs to be in an Osaka jail cell, along with the rest of his cohorts.
はい、思います。今の状況が理解できなくて私。
普通にこれを見てどう思いますか？
普通にみんな同じように扱いすれば勝手に戦うこともないんじゃないかと思うんですけど。
Well, they're not. Don't be naive.
理解できないですね。
今たまたま通り過ぎたんですか？
はい、たまたま。実は私も外国人でして韓国から来ました。
こういうの前に見たことありますか？
こういうの3年目ですけど初めて見ました。
皆さん、共産党の人に、共産党の人に、皆さん、こんにちは。私たちは、この次、反対をする市民が一人一人集まっております。ここには、先ほど、日の丸や日章にあった意識のものが、
はい、熱帯を連れてけ。さっさと熱帯を連れてけ。
おい、これおっさん言いたいことあるんやろ、言わんかい。はよ言わんかい、これ。はよ言うや、こっち来いや、これ。言いたいことあるんやろ、言わんかい。
There he goes, starting trouble.
はい、熱帯を連れてけやら。さっさと熱帯を連れてけやら。はい、帰れ、熱帯や。帰れ、熱帯や。
We should not be letting them anywhere near the Sensato people.
はい、可能だと思います。
解決策は教えてください。
いや、レイシストにはレイシストだとちゃんと。
Yeah, we're gonna call them racist, man.
改めてもらう。
Yeah, I'm sure that'll get them to rethink their views. Yeah, just call them racist, mark them for death and extermination. Then get violent with them. Yeah, sure, that'll get them to rethink their views. Fuck you.
今のは結構僕イギリス人ですけど、イギリスでこういった政治的グループがあって、こういったデモの日には大勢に集まって、対立するというのがあるんですけど、今のはそういう感じですか？
日本はこれでもすごくデモが多くなった方です。10年ぐらい前は何にもこんなものはなかったです。
And 10 years ago, this wasn't a problem.
あかんことはダメ、ダメなことはダメと立ち上がるようになったのがここ2、3年の話です。今までこんなことはなかったです。
ご自身は何らかのグループに属してるんですか？
一部入ってますけど、こういった活動はグループの活動ではなく個人でやってます。
たまたまこうなったってことですか？もちろんあっち側がグループで集まったと思うんですけど、この反対側はどうですか？
反対側も小さなグループはあると思います。
Yeah, small Antifa cells.
これから最後なんですけど、これからこういうのが収まっていくと思いますか？どんどん過激になっていくと思いますか？
どんどん過激になると思います。
This is only the
ヘイト
beginning.
は広がりやすいので、頭の悪い人はヘイトを信じやすいんですね。だからどんどんこれから多くなると思います。
And there you go. Just to them, their opposition, they don't even look at them as people. And when you realize that's how our enemies see us, not as people, but as targets, you can prepare accordingly. Mushroom, welcome in. Good evening, my lord. Just wanted to stop by before I head off to bed. Hope you have a wonderful time. Well, good to see you. Hope you get some good sleeps.
Are you a tourist? Do you live here?
I live here in Osaka from the U.S. and I'm here establishing a business.
And how does it feel to see this kind of chaos in Japan, one of the most peaceful countries in the world?
Quite disappointing because it's starting to look like the U.S. kind of blaming your problems on immigrants when, especially in the U.S.,
there we go.
Immigrants help the U.S. economy, backbone of the U.S. economy. But I think in the U.S. it's racial. Well, here too, I think that's what's going on here. They're protesting. Well, at least those of us who are on the outside of the protest, we're protesting the hate speech and the racism. And so it's first time I've ever experienced that in Japan. That kind of
everywhere.
Just blatant, racism. And so I just came, kind of give my support here.
So are you here today to support, I guess you'd call them Antifa, I'm not sure what to call them, but you'd be supporting the ones who are against the guys marching on the streets with the Japanese flag?
Yeah, so marching against the ones who are, I guess, hating immigrants, blaming immigrants for the problems in Japan. I don't, I can kind of see where they're coming from, right? They want to keep Japan, and they want to keep the culture, which I also support. But I think it's kind of like the U.S. They're blaming the wrong people. The problem is not the immigrants, So that's.
They're blaming the politicians that allow these policies to be instituted in the first place.
What I'm really frustrated with is that kind of blatant racism towards immigrants, But obviously, immigrants who break the law, they got to get deported, But to blame
and that's all they
foreigners
want.
and blame all immigrants for a specific set of problems, I think is misguided.
5個会というですね団体が、差別デモをしています。今回が3回目です。最初は30人くらい。次は50人くらい。
That is a chap in drag.
集まりました。移民反対、こういった意見を持つ人たちがとても増えている。一気に増えた。
I mean, talk about fake and gay.
そうい移民反対といったですね、排外主義に反対している、市民の、がこう
You
集ま
really
って
are bought and paid for
彼らを怒
opposition,
ったり
aren't you?
周りの人に彼らは危険な考えを持っている人たちだから賛同しないようにと周知の活動をしました。
今日そんなにインタビューできなかったんですけど、右と言いますか。でも多分そっちの主張としては移民も大量に受け入れたら犯罪が増えたりとか、そういう危なさがあるので、反対しているそういう主張に対してどう思いますか？
彼らの根底にあるのは差別主義です。移民政策をどうするかという以前に彼らは外国人とか弱い立場の人をいじめたいというですね汚い根性が彼らにはあ
No,
り
they
ます。
don't. You're so full of
そうい
shit.
ったものをベースにしているので、彼らが、どのような政治的意見を持って街頭に出てきても私たちはそこにですね加害の暴力の匂いを嗅ぎつけて
The only violent aggression is coming from you, Lord. You're the violent ones.
彼らのことを囲むでしょうね。たまたま今回は移民というものが、参政党以来ピックアップされているので、移民というものは言われてましたけども、彼らは基本的にハラスメントが大好きなハラッサーです。
部外者ですか？関わってないんですか？こういうのに。
僕は関わってないです。
どう思いますか？
ちょっと僕、差別はダメだと思います。
ちょっと騒がしいかなと思いますね。やっぱりもうちょい周りのに気を配ってほしいなと思います。街の人に。
今この騒いでる人がですね、これからこういうのが増えていく心配ありますか？
増えていってほしくないなと思います。願ってます。
There they go again. That's in the same bloke. Oh, the urge to Fed post about these people chart.
警察行こう。警察行く。蹴ってきたそっちやん。蹴ってのお前ドンってついて。は？ドンってついて。押してきたから。
Oh shit, he did. Fucking liars.
は？お前帰られん。警察呼んで。もうつってもう一回警察呼んで。
Now they're just making shit up.
俺蹴ってきたなあっちの。
いやいやお前どつかれて。お前どついて。お前どついて。
そういうの見てないです。
お前どついて。出ろ一回出ろ。
一回出ろ。どういう
いやお前だから暴力振るったから。
振ったそっちやん。
蹴ったんですか？
いや知らんよ。
蹴ってるよ蹴ってるよ。
俺ついたんじゃないの？
あなたじゃないよ他の人。
いやお前どついた。お前どついた。お前どついた。警察行け。
映ってる。
いつ蹴ったんですか？
カメラの前でやってるから私。やってます。
お前どついた。
暴力やってるから。
お前がどついた。お前行けって。
はいどう言ってます？
いやなんでさん。お前いつもタンクトップ。お疲れ様です。
とりあえずちょっとあかんでしょ。振るったら話よ。
今の目的は？
はい。
今の目的。
話は終わってないでしょっていうこと。
じゃ暴力振ったよって話。
お前がな。
No, he's done talking to you, so get the fuck out of his way before you get hurled down a flight of stairs.
あんたらって誰や。チームちゃうねん。
皆さんが。
いやいや皆さんちゃう。皆さんの蹴ったか？
やってるし。
いやいや蹴ってないよ。お前勝手なこと言うなよ。お前名誉毀損やそれ。駅で空席作ったらパクられるから。
今の説明していただけますか？今の説明していただけますか？
わからないです。なんか YouTuber で私たちを撮っている。
Oh no, we can't have that now, can we?
振ったとか振ってないとかなんかあるらしくて、向こうは蹴った言うてますけど、なんか私が見たのはガッと掴んでガッとやってたのを見ました。
This is when you need someone a bit more aggressive to step in and say, look, I don't give a fuck who kicked who. He's getting out of here. You lot are going to leave him alone. You're all going your separate ways. And if you don't, then you're going to deal with me. This chap over here has been fairly nice about all that. Not so nice anymore. We're not so nice. So unless you want to get hurled down a flight of stairs or shoved around in the stairwell of a train station, or maybe something even nastier, get the fuck back and go the fuck away. They back off, he gets on his train, they all go their separate ways, we call it a day. That's how you deal with things like this, chat.
で今帰るのを防いでいる。でも今帰るのを邪魔していると。
もう帰るところなんですけど、この人がいたのでたまたま。
で今なんか
yeah, bullshit, you just happened to run into him.
いや私もよくわからないんです。
今の状況の意味ですね。
たまたま私歩いてたらこの YouTuber がうちの敵方になるようなやつが来てたので。
Getting up in his personal space.
お前バッチリ顔をさ帰れって思んない。お前こんな配信見ない
って。意味わかんないです。意味わかんないです。今日はデモの人だけやのにこんな詰めてんすよ。まともじゃないよ。チャーリー・カークは殺されたんです。チャーリー・カーク関係あるんやろお前と。チャーリー・カークとお前が何の関係があんねん。バカがねどうよ。
Fuck off, you cunt.
こういう連中になれたんですよ。
Yeah, you're not in a position to give us orders, man. No, you're not telling us what to do.
取り入れるよ。それだけ。
じゃあ俺らにも聞けや。
切っているよ。10人ぐらい切ってきた。逆にその方が多い。逆の立場の人見つけられる。
オッケー。じゃあもう
逆の立場。っていうことはもうそっち側や。こっち側や。
オワコンやんか。
もう中立だったのかも。
何の意味もない取材やめろ。
逆の立場って言ったら何？
逆の立場こっち側でしょ。
どっち側を取り入れようとしてるんですか
？That's how this simplistic drug brain works, chat. You're either 100% with them or you're the target.
どっち側の意見もですね取り入れようとしてるんですけど。
いや帰ろうで、おもない。
逆の意見も取り入れようということはこっち側があなたの支持ってことでしょ？
関係ないです。僕どっち側を公平にその
公平中立なんて無理よ。そんなことは無理。
僕意見あるんですよ。でもこの動画では出しません。
じゃあだから無理でしょ？中立じゃないんでしょ？
僕がですね、はい、僕は意見があるんですけど、
あるでしょ
この動画はそういうのを広める意味、目的ではありません。
そういうどっちかにバイアスがかかってる人が中立歌ってそういう動画流してるっていうのは無理があるの。あなたは中立は無理なの。
Bro, fuck off. Go
あ
home.
なたは私
You're
の意見が違うってこと
embarrassing
なんでし
yourself.
ょ。
多分いろんな意味で違うと思うんですよ。でも対話できないわけではないです。でしょ？
だから何が言いたいのよ、あなた。
あなたの意見も聞きたいです。
向けて何がしたいのよ。
あなたの意見も聞きたいです。
意見？差別はダメって言ってるだけ。ただそれだけよ。
Attention, Japanese learners. Do you want to supercharge your Japanese
Sponsor
skills?
time.
Be sure to check out the official Interview in Japan Patreon
We're giving him a
for
sub.
access to
This is
Japanese
good
subtitled
content.
versions of my videos. If you're a beginner, go ahead and click the YouTube closed captions button for kanji readings in hiragana. If your Japanese is so fire, it sets off the smoke alarm at sushi bars, simply use the hard-coded subtitles that come with each video. Each video includes a 10-word vocab list featuring key terms from that video to help you grasp the topic and enhance your immersion experience. On the $8 a month tier, you'll get access to Anki flashcard decks based on these vocab lists, containing bilingual definitions, pitch accent readings,
He's
native audio,
asking for it.
秩序
native sentences,
日本の秩序を乱しているなと思いました
and pictures to help you lock in the meaning and context. of each
Miney01,
word.
thank you for the follow.
You'll find a detailed guide for these decks, as well as a free sample deck and Japanese subtitled video in the description. If you're not learning Japanese, but appreciate what I do, you can help keep the most sophisticated bastion of intellectual refinement on the internet alive for just the cost of a Big Mac every month. Thank you for your support, and thanks for watching.
Subscribe to Interview in Japan.
Subscribe to Interview Japan
Subscribe to Interview Japan.
See what we got here in the comments. Damn, really putting yourself out there, interviewing Japan. A lot of respect for that. Same tactic they use in the States, the UK, and the EU. Some are being paid to agitate. Follow the money. Japan needs to be Japan, as every country should preserve their identity. The foreigners that actually go to Japan because they respect Japan all want Japan to stay Japanese. Megaphoning someone right in the face should count as assault. Bringing in 500k Indians and 100k Bangladeshi migrant workers is mass immigration. This will destroy Japan. It should be widely spread from various countries and strict law to ensure they leave Japan after maximum 1 year. Even better, don't fucking let them into the country. It always starts with, I'm against violence, but insert any excuse for violence here. This guy's 100% correct. Allow foreigners, but be very choosy who you accept and it'll be fine. Just allowing everyone in will be a disaster. Antifa and the anti-racists seem very radical. That's because they are. Japan doesn't want their country to end up like Europe or the US, plain and simple. I respect it. They're just afraid. That poor man being mobbed for just for voicing his opinion. No wonder the other people didn't want to talk. The moment you present a nuanced viewpoint, a bunch of morons swarm you because their beliefs are so binary that any attempt to add nuance is seen as an attack. Immigration work only works if it's regulated. Antifa looks mentally unwell in Japan too. I mean, they need to be designated a terrorist organization over there too. That's what happens when you gain XP too quickly and you get promoted to war reporter. Just saw a video of Africans attempting to force tourists into bars in Shinjuku. These are filth that deserve no such respect or protection. What are they saying here? Thank you for covering this topic. Most Japanese people don't hate foreigners. They like people from overseas. However, I think the government's current immigration policy, the judicial system, and the vested interests connected to it have gone too far and are crazy. As a side note, since post-war Japan, many people from neighboring countries have lived in Japan as Japanese to this day. Many naturally become Japanese and live normal lives, but some have retained their nationality from their home country for a variety of reasons, join various organizations, and become activists. Same goes for putting an X on the Japanese flag. There are also vested interests involved. There are brokers. The current situation is that over the past few years, we've seen an increase in immigrants and fake refugees rather than tourists. Thank you for reporting the current situation in this video. Someone writing in Korean here. While it's certainly wrong to discriminate against foreigners based on their skin color or appearance without justification, I think Japan is a bit different. These days, there's a general trend toward anti-immigrant sentiment. If immigrants respected their local culture, adhered to local laws and order, and statistically had a low crime rate, anti-immigrant sentiment wouldn't be so severe. However, this hasn't been the case. Immigrants in Europe have disrupted the European law and order system and destabilized public order. Consequently, Europeans are currently strongly supporting political parties that champion anti-immigrant sentiment. The failure of left-wing European politicians who have ignored reality and deceived the public with unconditional humanitarianism and deception. In this situation, Japan is bound to be sensitive. It's only natural to be wary and opposed to accepting immigrants who struggle to integrate into other cultures, cling to their own culture, and grow up in countries with poor public safety. We've already seen this future in Europe. Why should we accept it again? I hope Japan continues to maintain its reputation as a clean and safe place. Oh, not if the Antifa types have their way. Fellow in the black tank top seemed the most rational. Yeah. Anyways, we'll give that a like. Already did. Let's see, what else we got here? About 3... Let's see, we've got some new ones here from Leaflet. Oh, this one I wanted to get to. 30-minute video. Keeps getting attacked. This is Leaflet covering more lies and fake news about our other Oshi around here, Kersha Vostal.
Okay, anyway. I just want to see what the most transphobic VTuber has to say.
For people's needs, not Amazon.
This isn't a topic you wanted to discuss. PLS.
Yo, thanks the car cable that snapped. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. Did you hear about Nyara, the one who was siding with Anna Valens? I recommend looking up in your own time. I don't really know much about them. I don't really give a shit about them, just being real.
Ignore if you don't want to. I got a gifted sub from you, but my
they are an autogynephiliac who is never going to be a woman. They will always be a man with incredibly perverse, sick, twisted sexual fantasies of a criminal nature.
Is calling you some heinous stuff, yet there's no evidence I can find. Could you share why PPE calls you NZ?
I feel like I've answered this like twice today, but small Nyanta, your friends are suffering from brain damage. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that. I have pretty like lukewarm.
So a lot of brain damage in the last video, didn't we, chat?
But because I differentiate between people with dysphoria and people who seek to use trans identity to push either fetishistic things or ideology. The fetishists really hate that I point that out, and it's in their best interest to call me some sort of like transphobic crazy Nazi so that their grift doesn't get figured out. And additionally, these are also insane people who believe that illegal
yeah, and those people, by the way, are grifting. They're grifting off of the actual trans community.
Yes.
And fucking them over. Not just the trans community, actually the entire
The agent
LGBT
saboteurs.
community is completely fucked over by these psycho grifters.
Immigrants aren't a real thing. And so when I talk about wanting illegal immigrants deported and our borders needing to be defended, they think I want all foreigners or all immigrants deported, which is not the case at all. You're trying to decide if I'm becoming your new main news source or not. As far as minors go, you agree with me. But what's my opinion of trans people of like 20 years and up? I personally make a distinction between people who have been diagnosed with dysphoria and then people who claim a transgender identity when they're really just ideologues trying to push, you know, some political edge with an identity shield. fetishists, a la autogynephiliacs.
This is what I've been saying. Is that it has nothing to do with trans people or gay people. It has everything to do with fucking degenerates. Like, freaking nasty degenerates. That's what it has to do with. They're the problem. It's not gay people. It's not trans people. It's the freaking ridiculous degenerates that hide behind that. And then they say like, oh, you think I'm a degenerate and you hate like all of the sexual shit that I'm like doing? Oh, it's because you hate gay people.
Yeah, and people... Most people don't have the ability to understand those sort of nuanced takes. So ultimately, I think what's going to happen here is that you're going to see at least an attempt to start rolling back rights and special protections for LGBT. We've had the social experiment for a good 10, 15 plus years now in Western countries. And I think starting with the United States, you're probably going to start seeing some rollbacks, some restrictions. Because there's a lot of fatigue about a lot of things in America with people, and even to a certain extent with the West. But trans fatigue, gay fatigue is real. And it's wearing a bit thin with people. It's all a bit tired now with people. They've had it. They've had enough. And it's the degenerates that are just ruining it for everyone. It's the people that went full retard, and you're never supposed to go full retard. So, mark my words. It's happening now, and it will happen. Because people are sick of it.
Androphiliacs are the opposite of that. They're women.
By the way, this isn't just, I'm just being real. This isn't even just the trans playbook. This is the entire leftist playbook. So it's the same thing with like, it's the same thing with, like for instance, with black people. If you like say something like, oh, you know, all of that crime and all of that like bad culture stuff, it's terrible culture. Like you shouldn't be like acting like that. Oh, it's because you hate
13 do 50.
No, it's because you guys are acting like degenerates. That's why. Has nothing to do with you being black. And this is like their playbook for like every single thing. Every single thing that they bitch about, they complain about, they call you a hater, they call you a Nazi, bigot, homophobe, transphobe, racist. It's all the same playbook. It's just a different...
And we are finally at a place where those words have just completely lost all meaning and effectiveness. And thank God for that. It is now to the point of, okay, call me a racist. What the fuck are you going to do about it?
Like, it's just, they tweaked it a little bit for like each different identity. And it's so that they can say whatever they want with impunity. And if you even dare to question what they say, then like, oh, it's because you're a racist. It's because you're Hitler.
Fetishizing being men, very much less common. You don't see too many autoandrophiliacs. It's usually always AGP. And I want to distinct those people away from actual dysphorics. And I get a lot of pushback because it's...
Yeah, this is what I was saying, by the way, earlier. I know, and I'm guessing she's going to say that people disagreed with her on this. Yeah, I've definitely experienced the same thing, where people say that, like, trans people don't exist. I think trans people exist. It's just, like, I don't think we're talking about the same thing. I don't think that... I think that a lot of the people that are like quote unquote trans are actually just degenerates, to be honest.
Very much in the interest of ideologues and fetishes that distinction is not made.
In the global dialogue.
They want to be confused with the average trans person because they benefit from the protections that trans identity gives them. Yep. They're allowed to push their fetishes on people. They're allowed to push certain crazy political ideologies, and they can just say, I'm trans, you're transphobic, and they can get no criticism, no pushback.
Yep.
And I feel like this is a very
She's cooking.
bad thing to happen to people who are actually trans.
Let her
because
cook.
then everybody
Let the
sees
foxu
this
cook.
and thinks that everyone with dysphoria is this kind of crazy person.
I've seen like it's like I said yesterday, I saw a video with like this person who like goes up on the screen. I think Igiku sent me the video. Igiku sent me the video on X, where there's a person that comes up to the screen and they're like, "Can I even show that video? I don't know if I can." Yeah, you know, probably better not to, but they basically go up to the screen and they go, like, they do the typical thing where they're like, my pronouns are she, her, like, how can you get it wrong, like, get it right? And then they're like kind of like walking up to the screen and they
It's really simple. We don't give a shit. We don't care. I don't care what your pronouns are. I mean, my preferred gender pronouns are my lord, your lordship, and his lordship, but you don't see too many people respecting that now, do you? Because I don't support the current thing. My views don't fall into the supposed mainstream, even though they actually are fairly mainstream. Yeah, it's getting harder and harder for me to respect that and take that seriously. And I'm sorry, but if you are... I know I'm going to catch hell for this, because I've got trans friends. Some of them may actually be watching this, either on the VOD or live, but I'm sorry. If you're born a woman, you're a she, her. If you're born a man, you're a he, him. And insisting on people calling you anything otherwise, it defies logic itself. And it is basically, you're effectively asking people to lie for you. And I am getting to the point where I can't do it anymore. I've been close to people where this madness has just gripped them. There was someone I briefly dated who was born a woman, insisted on he, they pronouns, and also happened to be what was known as ace. It was like asexual, aromantic. I just asked him one day, I was like, how is any of that going to even work? How is any of that going to work, especially with us, if we're eventually going to be meeting up, dating, possibly even becoming lovers? It's like, how the fuck is any of this supposed to work? How are we supposed to build a life together and have children? They didn't have an answer for any of that. Because I don't think they'd really thought it through themselves. I don't think they'd really considered the future. They were just thinking of the here and the now. And little wonder it didn't really last very long with us. Which is a pity because, you know, they're a lovely person. I thought they were a lovely person. Just... they had some things that they needed to work on with themselves. And they needed some help that I could not give them. And frankly, in the end, it honestly, I know relationships work, but there's work and then there's just too much work. And that in particular was too much work. So, it didn't last long between her and me. So you can't say I'm not open-minded about a lot of these things, chat. Chances are I've been there before. I've been in the thick of it and know what it's like to deal with all this. I still come away with the same opinion that it's not workable. There's only two genders, and what you're born as, you're stuck as. Full stop, simple as. You may as well just learn to love yourself as you are. That's my take on things. Stop trying to be something that you're never going to be. Something that nature itself will laugh at you for even trying to attempt. Just learn to accept who you are.
Just have like their dick fucking flopping around, like in their pants, and like you can.
That was a line to start
Because
the
they're
video on
wearing
again.
like a tight outfit. They're wearing like a tight like shorts or something like that, and you can very clearly see the dick fucking bouncing around like it's freaking meat spin, right? And then they go like, and they're like it's she her. It's like, well, why are you wearing
No, it's
that?
not this,
then?
it.
If like your whole thing, if your entire thing is that like you wanna be seen as a woman, then why the fuck are you walking around with your dick hanging out? It's ridiculous. Yeah,
Because they're narcissists who want attention.
And I think adults, if they're not using taxpayer money from, like, you know, a taxpayer-funded healthcare, they can do it.
Ridiculous. That's right. It is ridiculous. 100%. Joby1.
The fuck they want to their bodies. As someone who has been through surgery,
penis, you fucking bigot.
It's her penis, you fucking bigot. I know.
How we go about treating dysphoria. They don't talk about the nerve
Kish and
damage
Leap
from
always
surgery,
be spitting
just
true and
glorify
real.
the end results, even though we still have the 41%. It's something Buck talks about all the time as well, and I use Buck.
Buck is a trans, female to male trans, I think, that yes, female to male trans that like speaks out against like the crazy trans shit, basically. And
As an example, because it's
like,
like
thank you for the sub.
the most poignant example of how people aren't informed about how these treatments, not even including the surgeries, but how just taking
Oliver says, I hate Buck. Retard pushes porn hard. I mean, I think it's understandable. Like, you know,
Buck
you're
was
not
a
gonna
male
agree
deer.
with people and everything, right? But I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not gonna agree with people and everything.
elevated
I
levels
can see that.
of testosterone as a biological female, as an example, can do irreparable and dangerous damage to your internal organs. I can't think of anyone who's been on as a biological female testosterone treatment.
It's the nasty little secret about all this trans stuff that nobody wants to talk about. Not these chemicals and artificial hormones that you're putting into your body, they are going to destroy you. And they are going to make you into just another form of an addict, because your body is going to eventually get to the point where it needs these to function. And effectively, you have become an addict of the medical pharmaceutical complex. In that way, you're really no different from a common crack addict. Because you're going to be on this stuff for the rest of your life. And your body's going to get to the point where it needs that to function. If you don't take that stuff, you'll die. Or you will severely fuck up your health. these are chemicals and artificial hormones that there's still so much we don't know about the side effects. But don't be surprised if you're having a cancer scare pop up that you thought, dear Lord, I didn't think I'd ever have to deal with something like this. This doesn't run in the family. No. But you're pumping yourself so full of something completely foreign, and this is your body's way of rejecting that. Because you're a woman and you think that, oh my God, I have to be a man. Or you're a man who says, I have to be a woman. No. It's not worth it. You have to learn to accept who you are. Because mutilating your body, pumping it so full of these chemicals and hormones that just do untold damage to your body, it is not worth it. You're sacrificing your health to live out a fantasy, a lie, in effect. And you can only do that for so long before there's a price to be exacted in your health. And that's what I think is so tragic about all of that. That's why it goes back to that old refrain, you can't fight nature.
For as long as Buck has, I'm pretty sure he's probably the longest.
This is what I mean, by the way. Like, if you're calling Kirsha, who like has this kind of a take, and you call her a transphobe, then like
she's not a transphobe. She's the furthest thing in the world from a transphobe.
You're losing like 80% of the country at that point. Like, I'm just being real. Like, you're basically overplaying. You're overplaying.
Put it to you this way. The Foxu is the moderate take. Kirsha is the moderate take on all of this. Even to a certain extent, Leaflet's the moderate take.
The entire, like, you're overplaying your hand at that point. And
I think it's safe to say these two here, they're the moderate takes. It's because they're so firm and resolute and taking a principled stand. That's why they get the grief. From postmodernists who are basically saying, how dare you be so sure of yourself on anything. And truly, these are two of the bravest souls I've ever known. It's one of the reasons I look up to them so much. It's because they just speak the truth as they see it. Unapologetically and without reservation. And my God, do we need more of that in the VTubing space. And the world needs more of that in general. It's not because they've got cool avatars with big bouncy tits. I mean, Leaflet's model, not exactly well endowed in the boober department. That's not why I like her. To me personally, the most beautiful thing, I think the sexiest thing about Kirsha and Leaflet is their minds and their souls. That, to me, I think, is what is the most attractive qualities about the both of them. And it's what I admire so much about the both of them. And it's why they're both my Oshis and my inspiration.
You're just gonna make people say like, well, you're fucking crazy if you think that. You know, Kirsch is a person like who doesn't like hate trans people, just makes a distinction between people who are trans and people who are degenerate, basically.
Going one. And I've mentioned this almost every time. Years ago, he posted pictures on his Instagram of having to go to the emergency room because for how long he had been taking testosterone at that point, his uterus had necrofied inside of him and would have killed him.
What? That's
so
crazy.
It's like, you know,
Jesus.
it's got some pretty bad side effects. They don't talk about the nerve damage from circumcision. Yeah, they also don't do that. Who would have thought that taking steroids could fuck up your body? I wish we knew sooner. I'm not even kidding. That's the first time someone put your position into words that well. I feel like I didn't word it as great as I probably could have, but I tried my best, bro. And an attempt was made.
It was pretty reasonable.
I'm not
Attempts were
very
made.
eloquent. I'm just like you, for real, for real.
You're
think
more
indulging
eloquent than
in
you
the delusions
realize,
of
my dear.
adults, is good. There has to be a better way to treat dysphoria. Well, someone with dysphoria, right? Again, if you look at like Blair White and Buck Angel, I don't think either of.
If you don't know Blair White is another trans person that's like conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, well, not really. They're not really like super conservative. They're just like not
Sort of.
psycho.
Yeah.
That's the best way to explain it. It's like they're against
They're
like
the
whole,
reasonable
like,
ones.
They're not. They're like kind of moderate, but they don't really like the. Yeah, calling them conservatives is a little bit too much.
And Blair White's actually possible as a woman.
It's either like they're like a moderate. They don't like the whole crazy trans movement, even though they're trans as well.
Them have had bottom surgeries. I think they've only had top surgery to make their chests look more like what they feel comfortable with. And I think in the grand scheme of things, if you're an adult and you're dealing with that kind of mental illness, that might not be the best way, in my opinion, but it seems to have helped them.
No, it's really not. The best thing in the world for people, instead of becoming transgender and trying to put the wrong hormones into your body, is put more of the right hormones in your body. And I think they've had some studies and some observations of this, of men getting a boost in testosterone. Suddenly they don't want to become women. And same for women, they get a boost of estrogen. And all of a sudden, that just cures what ails you. With less side effects, because you're putting the right hormones in the right body.
And they're not gouging themselves out and basically paying a doctor for 1 million years to be on medication for it. There's another opioid crisis in the making. Big Pharma pushing this for money. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of doctors doing these surgeries on people who are very misinformed, and they end up having a lot of issues after surgery.
Yeah, they are just greedy bastards that are just trying to take people's money. That's all they are. Greedy bastards. And a medical grade version of a crack dealer.
And they're just abandoned after. There's no aftercare. The doctors stop taking their calls. It's been wild reading some of this shit the past few years. I probably have seen that documentary before. I don't know if we watched it together as a community years ago or not, but it looks very familiar to me. His mom committed. Yeah, it's actually crazy when you read about the stories of some of these kids who had been on blockers from very, very young ages. Like watching the story of him and watching the story of like Jazz. It's
Hang on. Okay, it's getting a bit crowded here, chat. I don't want to block Leaflet here, so I'm going to move myself ever so slightly over. There we are. Okay. Hello, darling. I don't know, chat, should I be here or should I be over here with Foxu? Hello, darling. I think we'll be over here. We'll hang with Leaflet over here. We'll hang with Leaflet and we'll watch the Foxu cook.
It's just horrific, and I could not imagine going through that kind of thing. And it makes me all that more suspicious when people try to advocate for these kinds of sterilization procedures for children, and they try to say that it is...
There they are. There they are. There's Nyara.
...reversible when it...
Nyara, the absolute psychopath.
Very clearly is not. Like, this is a dangerous thing to go down. This is not something that children should have access to.
Yep.
No.
Protecting the children is to not castrate them.
This is just ridiculous. If minors can't consent to HRT, then they can't consent to puberty. That's ridiculous. You don't consent to nature and to nature's natural course. To the natural course of things. There's no consent to be given. It happens. And trying to fight that is just going to result in health problems and premature death. This is a ridiculous statement. But then again, Nyana VT is a ridiculous individual.
Or give them hormones that will mess them up for life. Their accusations...
See, like, this take is like... I feel like this is a majority take, easily. I think if you were to ask, like, most people, like if you were to just take a random person off the streets and, like, ask them about that, and you framed it exactly like this, most people would agree with it. This is, like, a really small percentage of people that are just, like, super annoying about it.
...of groomer against the LGBTQ+ community, as with all such accusations from the far right, are rooted in projection. I don't think someone that makes sex their entire personality and their entire career and everything they make content out of, and then also talks about having POCD and being cured of POCD.
So anal violence, effectively admitting that they are a pedophile. Oh, lovely.
Which I've never heard any.
Is this Anna Valens?
Yeah, this is anal violence. Tweeting out that they suffered from POCD for a very long time. Probably still suffering from that. We've heard about anal violence's sexual peccadillos for some time now. They are a genuinely sick fuck. And yeah, safe to say, probably need the wood chipper for this one. I don't think we even want to see what's on their hard drive, because it would be the stuff of nightmares.
Wait, the Anna Valens person just like...
They
just like said they're like a pedo on Maine?
Yeah.
What?
They just... You give them enough time, they will get them talking, they will reveal their hand. Get them talking and they will show their hand. It works with so many people and so many different things. Just get them talking. They'll show their hand after a while.
What the fuck?
Anyone with OCD ever say that they've been
My
cured of
sentiments
their
exactly,
OCD?
dear.
While also trying to hook up
Holy
vibrators
fucking
to
shit.
children's games to have interactions with the characters in the game that set off.
Wait, what?
Oh yes, lest we forget anal violence. Played Fall Guys whilst having a sex toy rigged up to the game. I'm not sure if they had minors in that particular game that they were playing, though it is possible. Wouldn't put it past them. But yeah. This is sort of sick fuckery that anal violence gets up to.
Wait, I think I heard about this. What playing fall games with a sex toy means for sex and consent in games? Wait, what? The other night, I threw on a pair of cat ears, grabbed the hand-me-down punk denim hoodie, and made history as the first sex worker to stream sex toy support for bean-based battle royale.
It's something that nobody in the world ever asked for, nobody wanted, and yet here they are. It's like, what sort of just sick fuck would think, oh yeah, Fall Guys, let's rig it up with a sex toy. It's like literally no one wants that or thought of that except in the twisted, perverted mind of anal violence.
You see what I mean? These people are fucking degenerates.
Yes.
Like, this is just degenerate behavior. Like, this
Absolutely.
isn't like... This has nothing to do with the gays or the transes or anything
It
like that.
has nothing to do with video games even. If anything, it's just another example of them ruining a perfectly good hobby and a perfectly fun game that was supposed to be wholesome and enjoyable for people. And you have to go and make it so fucking weird. It's like, why? It's like, can't you just play the fucking game? Why do you have to rig it up with a sex toy? Again, wood chipper for these people. And that's the moderate solution.
This is just fucking degenerate. You consider a performance art part cam show and mini zany online novelty. They did
no.
so they just did a live
There's
stream
nothing
where they
zany
stuck,
about
like,
it.
I don't know, like with a vibrator up their ass or something, and then they just like had it playing through several rounds. The DualShock controllers. Oh my god! So like, hold up. So they set it up so like the vibrator would go off every time they touch somebody in game.
Yeah, pretty much.
First off, that's really fucking weird. Second off, that's like
Yes.
That's like a little bit grapey. Like, am I wrong?
Yeah.
That's a little bit grapey. That's fucking weird.
It's
like,
getting there. It's at least
you're,
adjacent.
You're letting all these other people being a part of your fucking kinky thing. That's so weird. What the fuck is that? Like, it's and a game with kids. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, that's even worse because there's a strong possibility that children were in these particular games. That's what makes it all the worse. That's how fucked up anal violence is.
Man, what the
their vibrator.
Holy shit.
While also talking about Vor and how parents can talk to their 12-year-old who is into Vor. Like
No. 12-year-old children do not need to be spoken to or know anything about Vor pornography. They don't need to know anything about pornography or Vor in general. This is... No.
And also, the person writing this...
Why does your kid know about Vor?
They don't need to know about that.
Parents need to fucking
it's not really
parent their damn
projection.
children.
If they defended someone...
They do. Fortunately, many of them don't. And those children end up getting groomed and turned into sexual degenerates themselves. Innocence shattered and lives ruined. Because some people just cannot stop being absolute fucking degenerates.
Apparently raping a 14-year-old child will... he was a teacher. That's
Again,
this is the
wood
person
chipper.
that's virtue signaling to people?
I don't think that's projection. You know, maybe we need to check definition on that word. You can't say you're a 6-year-old girl and also queer, fucking, kinky, happy poly family, please. This is all like...
Yeah, I know.
Taking people like this guy seriously and actually playing into him claiming to be transgender...
Wait, who is this?
...is what gives people with actual dysphoria a very poor perception by normal people. And it's really unfortunate that people like this guy are taken seriously. This is just disgusting, man. And it's like, I don't want to read this shit, but it's very easy to get people to just be like, oh, you're just transphobic. You're transphobic to this brave transgender 6-year-old. And it's like,
There's
no,
nothing brave about
this is very
this.
fucking clearly a fetish. And this guy is claiming to be transgender so that everyone has to participate in his fetish. Otherwise, they'd be labeled a bigot, and it's in Canada, so probably taken to court.
Yeah, they want to force it on other people. It's a power play with them. It's a flex with them. They want to flex on other people and force that acceptance. They want to violate the consent of other people. Because they want power and control over others. And then people wonder why I say, yeah, this shit, you're probably going to start seeing some of it get rolled back now. We've tried it out. Doesn't quite work. So it's going to get rolled back a bit. Maybe even all the way. Who knows? It depends on whether or not the agent saboteurs can stop being agent saboteurs and stop agent saboteuring all over the place. And just basically, if they can keep their degenerate tendencies under greater control. Because they're either going to do it, or it's going to be done for them. And at this point, a lot of people are unconcerned about the minor details of how they go about doing that. Or what enforcement mechanisms are put into place to go about doing that. People have had it with this. There's genuine trans and LGBT fatigue in this world, and people have absolutely had enough.
How did we get here as a society, literally forced into playing pretend with fetishists, trying to use other people's mental condition as a cudgel to be able to perform their fetishes in front of children?
Yeah,
like,
what the fuck?
How did we get here? What fucking happened? Walsh has previously stated that the thought of being a woman or pregnant caused him to become aroused.
That is autogynephilia right there.
Isn't that the autogynephilia?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what that is.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind! Literally every fucking time he opens his fucking mouth, it's literally just a fetish!
Mm-hmm.
During a podcast...
And for a lot of transgender people, that's all it is. It's a fetish. A fetish and a power play. It is both disgusting and pathetic at the same time.
He told the hosts he had developed an erection from the thought of being a girl. That is autogynephilia. You are not transgender. Yes. Stop harming dysphoric people by using them as a shield to force people
He
into
can't help
participating
himself.
Also, guys, I'm just being real. Like, am I the only one that thinks this is crazy? Because I feel like a person who's like trans wouldn't say that on a podcast.
And yet, there they are.
Like, put it this way. If your entire thing is like, oh, it upsets me so much, like I wish I was born as like if this person's like entire thing, again, thanks for the gift sub, by the way, thank you. If this person's entire thing was being trans, right? Like, oh, you know, I wish I was born a girl. It would be like so much better, and that's all I want to be, is that, right? Then why the fuck are you going on the podcast talking about your dick? It just seems weird to me. Like, am I the only thing that's weird?
Because in the end, that's what it's all about. They're sexual peccadillos. That's what it's all about for them. They're sexual peccadillos and forcing it upon everyone else.
Yeah, like I feel like a trans person wouldn't do that, because isn't that the whole point, that trans people don't like having that? It's like, why would you go and be like talking about your dick on a podcast on Maine? Like, that's so weird. Like, I don't understand it.
To your fetish. I hate this thing. I don't even want to call him a man anymore. He doesn't deserve that.
No, he's not a man.
Much like a certain journalist who has written certain articles about me. Pretty sure that's an autogynephiliac and not an actual trans person based on everything we know. That fucking psychopath that brandished a gun at No Kings rally, also an autogynephiliac, definitely not an actual dysphoric person.
Yeah, that's another thing that they don't really talk about. These hormones, these chemicals they get pumped full of, that transgender people get pumped full of. Yeah, they'll make you fucking crazy. They will make you absolutely nutter. To the point where some of these people will try to grab a gun and shoot and kill people. That's why so many of the most recent mass shooters have all been some degree of trans or non-binary.
How hard can it be?
Well, for some people, it's harder than you think to accept reality. Welcome in, Stonistan.
And I know there are people who will disagree with me, but personally, I feel like
dude, I'm just being real. Like, if you want to have like your weird fucking fetishes and you want to do them like at home, like by yourself, like I don't really give a shit, honestly. Like I don't care. But like doing that on Maine and then expecting everyone else to like be a part of it is like, that's kind of grapey. I'm just being real.
Yeah,
that's kind of grapey. Like, I don't want to be a part of like your weird fucking shit. Like, just don't make me a part of it. You know what I mean?
And
like,
yet they will force it upon you, because that's something else that they derive sexual gratification from, is forcing their peccadillos on you. They get off on it. Been here from the start, just busy. Understand. But hope your day is going well. Hope you've got some lovely weekend plans.
like if you want to like go home and pretend that you're like freaking 5 years old, like with your you know, you want to do some like role play or whatever. You want to, I don't know, you want to do like some student teacher role play with like your SO, your significant other. I don't really care. You know what I mean?
You know, you suck on your binkies and wear your nappies on your own time in the privacy of your own home, with the doors closed and the windows shut and the blinds and curtains drawn, and leave the rest of us out of it, please.
Like, don't force me to be a part of it, and don't do it in public in front of like kids. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah,
You know, I feel like it's perfectly
sick.
reasonable. Like, if you want to do weird shit at home, then do weird shit at home. Just don't make kids a part of it, and don't make me a part of it.
It is important to make that distinction. Convenient misunderstanding classic, yeah, right? I was like, they basically called me a Nazi because I have political opinions that are different from them. and they can't stand different opinions, so they must call me a Nazi and call me evil and say I'm.
What do you mean by making you a part of it?
And make you a target. So much so they made her a target for doxing, to where Keisha had to leave her apartment. As she said on stream multiple times, she's living in a bunker in an undisclosed location with the bunker bros keeping her safe. And who knows when or if she'll be able to return to her apartment. And at the same time, she's trying to find herself a house. And all because she dared to say some things that people disagreed with. And for that, she was called a Nazi and a transphobe and far right and doxed. Her life was put in danger. Keisha's life was put in danger for expressing an opinion. And still she doesn't let that stop her. She keeps going. Because she realizes if she doesn't, they win. And they'll keep doing it. Why is Keisha one of my Oshis? That's why.
It like forcing me to call them something like, I don't know, forcing me to call them a little kid or something like that, you know, like stuff like that, basically.
Must be destroyed. No one is illegal, they cry as they lock their doors in the evening. True.
By the way, I feel the same way about people that dress up like really revealing, like in really revealing clothing in public. I think it's the same thing. Is like, I don't care if you want to do that in private, but like don't do that, like don't do that in public with like there's kids around, and it's just inappropriate.
There's
like,
there's a way to dress modestly or elegantly and have that be sexy at the same time. Less, more.
I don't want to see, like, there's people in San Francisco, I don't know if you knew about this, there's people in San Francisco that they walk around, and what they do is they put like they have a little sock for their penis. Do you guys know about this?
Oh God.
In San Francisco,
I
there's
wish I
people,
didn't.
they have a little sock for their penis and they just put it over their penis and they just walk around naked. And but then they're like technically wearing clothes because they have a little sock on their penis, but they just walk around naked and like you can like just see everything else.
Fucking San Francisco.
They do this. There's people that do this in San Francisco, and it's fucking weird. It's like what I mean. It's like it's not appropriate. You know what I mean? It's really not. Like I don't want to have to see it. You know?
No,
That's
nobody does.
Does it cover their balls? I think it does. I think it does cover their balls.
Barely.
I haven't seen it like uncensored. And there's like apparently like another one too here.
Mm-hmm.
About her being totally racist.
Forgive me.
The most
if it's not
racist
touch.
YouTuber.
You have a genuine question. You've been.
You know, wait a minute, I gotta move out of the way here. You know, this is probably the closest we're ever going to get to Leaf and Keisha collabing. I hope not. I hope that we actually do get the famous and coveted Keisha and Leaflet collab. I think that would be awesome. I think, you know, some people have even suggested to the Side Scrollers crew, it's like, look, you've got Leaflet on as a guest on some days, and you've also got Keisha on Thursdays. So why not just have them both on together at the same time? I think that would be an excellent start. And then go from there and actually have collab streams. But I understand that, you know, collabs don't, those can be hard to coordinate sometimes. And both Kia and Leaf are very busy people. So these sorts of things take time, but I think we may still get the. I hold out hope that we'll have the famous Kersha Leaflet collab. I think that would be awesome, and they both seem amenable to the idea. I don't know. Kia, Leaf, if you ever catch this, catch the VOD of this, please, let's make this happen. You two are awesome, and I think you'd have a lot of fun collabing together. Let's make this happen. If only through sheer force of will, you know.
Following a while, never really watched me. Wait, why were you following me if you?
Oh, there's a thought. Yeah, someone send this video to Alana or Kitsune. We'll make it a triple meta. Fuck yeah. Oh god, can you imagine, chat? Smug Alana, Kitsunero, Leaflet, and Kersha. Levels of base would just be off the charts. And if you really wanted to make it chaotic, maybe throw in the snackers girl. The fruit snack girl. Anyways, let's keep going.
Didn't watch. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't understand. I'm curious as to why Twitter calls me a Nazi. You don't really see me posting that stuff or goose stepping. So why do they hate you so much? Double slaves! Double slaves all across the sky! Tangent Zero, I have no idea. I have no idea. The only things I could really think of for why these absolute freaks probably call me a Nazi is because I am pro, like, legal immigration, but I want all of the illegal immigrants kicked out. And these people are unable to perceive breakfast, so they hear me say...
By the way, that's like another very, very popular take, really. Like, if you're to, like, ask, like, random people, like, a lot, I think majority of people would agree with this.
Legal immigrant, and they say... She wants all Mexicans deported, even the citizens! And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
That's actually...
I suppose that's entirely out of the question. No, that was a joke. Or was it? I don't know.
Kind of racist, because you're saying, like, oh, you don't like Mexicans because you don't like illegal immigrants means you don't like Mexicans? That's crazy.
Not all illegal aliens are Mexicans, damn it!
Because not all illegal immigrants are Mexican. There are Mexicans who are here illegally, and for some reason they're just unable to perceive the difference between a legal immigrant and an illegal migrant.
Yeah, because they're retarded.
I don't know, man. I don't know. They're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I also painstakingly make the differentiation between people with dysphoria and people who are using a trans identity to avoid criticism.
I believe Leaf wants to deport Julio. Love Mexicans. Taco Bell's my favorite fast food. They know the difference. They're just lying, yes.
As an ideologue or a fetishist.
Yep.
Much like a certain journalist who has written certain articles about me. Pretty sure that's an autogynephiliac and not an actual trans person based on everything.
Violence.
All I gotta say is, like, these people that do the whole you're racist, you're sexist, you're transphobic, the people that did that, they're not doing a good job, because if their whole job is to make people less racist and to be less hating of trans people, they've failed seriously pretty
They
bad.
are not sending
Because
their
I
best.
feel like people nowadays are a lot more like pissed off at like, especially when it comes to like trans LGBT stuff. People are super pissed about that nowadays compared to before.
Yep.
And so the funny thing is like those justice warriors, like, you know, we already know that they're not actually justice warriors. It's actually not what it's about.
It's not about
But the people
social
who call
justice. It's
themselves
just about power.
justice warriors, if they didn't fucking exist, people wouldn't really care. I think it's these freaks that like basically made everyone pissed off.
Yeah, they made it an issue. Because they're all about power and control. And that was the angle they decided to go for in the pursuit of power and control.
Anna Valens has written an article calling out Kirsch's bigotry and her support for Nazism. I've never supported Nazis. I've never supported Nazism. In fact, I have talked about having to grow up with my mother dating a neo-Nazi and how terrible of a person both of them were.
Wow.
Which is, again, how crazy these people are.
Yeah. Kirsche knows a thing or two about what real Nazis are like. Or at least what their remnants are like. She can tell you about what they're really like. These people accusing her of being a Nazi, they have no fucking clue. They have absolutely no fucking clue. Much of the so-called neo-Nazis in this world today are really just nothing more than degenerate thieves and criminals and drug-dealing scum. That tat themselves up in swastikas and SS logos. Trying to act like they're a fucking badass. When they're really just degenerate scum. That's all they are. They're fucking LARPers. That's all they are.
There's a 3-month-old post about my purported bigotry. Is that the one where like the guy claims that you guys call me Ku Klux Kirsche instead of people being actually smart enough to understand that that was what people harassing?
The only thing good about Nazis was they had cool uniforms.
Yeah. The drip was Editor San writing that Hugo Boss fashion drives women crazy. Yeah, give them credit where credit's due. The Jedis, they had some good drip going on back in the day.
The designer guy was really good.
Me were calling me. You know, they don't have any Nazis to fight against, so they have to make them up in their head.
Yeah.
Her fan name is Ku Klux Kirsche, a fact she openly acknowledges through retweets. Like, what
literally
level of
nobody.
autism do you have to be on?
It just looks cool. Like, it looks really cool, like the outfit and stuff, like the hat and everything. Like it's good style.
Not understand the person that posted the Twitter screenshot they're using for that is literally being sarcastic and making fun of the people harassing.
No. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Ku Klux Klan. I was like, dude, those uniforms do not look cool, dude.
No, they don't.
That's like some spirit Halloween shit, dude.
Yeah.
It's not even remotely the same. Okay,
Lame as fuck.
Let's be real here. The KKK outfits are not even close to like as cool as Nazi outfits.
Oh,
They
no.
they look like cheap Halloween. Yeah, looks awful.
Come on, man. It's just like, you know, part of the reason I was attacked was like talking about the great replacement conspiracy
soft serve
theory. And it's just like the conspiracy theory part comes when you start talking about there being like this secret elite ruling class of Jews specifically trying to replace white people. But you have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not listen to people like Keir Starmer or Hillary Clinton.
To be honest, though, the American military uniforms, like the modern, like Marine, like ceremonial dress, looks pretty cool too, with the sword and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, The Mameluke sword is fucking baller, and the story behind it is even more badass. Yes. Yeah, the American military dress uniforms just absolutely look the business. Same still for military dress with the armed forces with the various branches of the armed forces of Britain. And I will say that whilst trying to avoid any accusations of stolen valor, the imagery that I helped get imagined with the use of Grok AI for stream 2 nights ago, that our dear lovely Leaflet here transformed into an epically awesome anime intro for me. Some of it was indeed inspired by a few of those panels. I did instruct the AI to use SAS and RAF uniforms as inspiration. I've always been a great admirer of the British SAS, and I absolutely adore their motto and believe in it wholeheartedly. Who dares wins. I love it. That's just so fucking badass and simple, you know? Who dares wins. And it's something I tell myself on occasion, you know, when I have moments of doubt and moments where, you know, I don't quite believe in myself, and I need to remind myself to have confidence. I just say to myself, who dares wins. And, you know, somehow that kind of gives me a little bit of a boost in that moment where I go on and do the things that require me to be a brave man.
Those look good too, yeah.
Or just looking at the UK or Germany or Sweden or the US and all the issues we've had with illegal immigration, and these political leaders talking about how, like, yeah, we want tons of immigration to replace our workforce. We want the cheap slave labor. We know that our constituents aren't having birth rates above a replacement level, so we need to import all of these other people.
Yep.
Like, they just come out.
They literally said that. Yeah, they literally said that.
And say it, but somehow that's a reason to attack me? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It seems like half the time the way it works is like you say, like, hey, look at this thing that the crazy leftists are saying. Man, isn't that crazy? Look at what they're saying. And then they get mad at you and they call you like all sorts of names for like pointing it out. But it's not like you're really saying
how dare you
anything.
notice
You're just kind
things.
of pointing at them. You're like, yeah, look what they said. Isn't that crazy? It's like, wow, you are a racist. It's like, what, for pointing out what you said? Like, every single time.
How dare one
At that point, they're basically saying, oh shit, they're onto us, quick. Target them.
of us filthy, I can't say that word. And why would you say that? Point out that a VTuber signed on to well-known Bastion of Understanding. Asmongold's mythic talent is spouting the racist conspiracy, the Great Replacement Theory. I'm not.
Except the Great Replacement Theory is not really a theory. We know it's going on. Native populations in European countries and across Western civilization are being targeted for replacement, and they're using migration to do it. So this is not a theory, this is something that's actually going on. And it is poised to make white people minorities in their own countries.
I'm pointing out the demographic change that you can see with your fucking eyes, that now both Hillary Clinton and Keir Starmer have said, yes, this is happening. Yes, this was by design. Yes, politicians were complicit in this. I am literally parroting left-wing politician talking points, and yet still being told I am somehow blaming the Jews and pushing a great replacement theory. I don't understand. I don't understand these people. The conspiracy comes in when people start...
They're trying to silence you because you're onto them. You know the game, and the game is up, and they are trying to keep the game going by silencing you.
Saying, it's the Jews are doing it! And I have quite literally never said that! I've never said that they're doing that! Why do you keep saying I said that? Today I learned just playing an unedited clip of a person saying racist shit for 2 minutes is smearing them. The clip that they posted is literally me talking about how it's kind of crazy to spend, what was it, like £2 million or some shit on building a mosque in an area that isn't even majority Muslim. That seems a little crazy, and it's like they called it like a mega mosque
weird.
Or some shit.
It's weird but dig a little deeper, and you realize that is an act of conquest. They're doing that because they want to conquer that area and purge it of its native population and replace it. This is what they fucking do. Every single goddamn time.
That seems kind of crazy.
What?
And I'm using the fucking same talking point that Keir Starmer literally said himself months earlier.
What the British people are owed is an explanation. Because a failure on this scale isn't just bad luck. It isn't a global trend or taking your eye off the ball. No, this is a different order of failure. This happened by design, not accident. Policies were reformed deliberately.
At least he fucking
to
admitted
liberalise
it.
immigration. Brexit was used for that purpose, to turn Britain into a one-nation experiment in open borders. Global Britain. Remember that slogan? That is what they meant. A policy with no support, of which they then pretended wasn't happening.
Calling the mere existence of mobs.
I don't get how you could simultaneously be like, it's bad for a country to want to like hold on to their own culture. Their own culture, their own heritage, like their own way of life. And then simultaneously be like, you can't colonize people. Colonization is bad, and like
yeah, that's just it. It's a multi-pronged assault targeting the native British population because they want to exterminate them.
cultural appropriation is bad. I don't know how you can hold both beliefs like simultaneously. It doesn't make any sense.
From a logical standpoint, no, it doesn't. These people don't work with logic. For them, these are just words, ideas, tools, weapons to be used against people, to deceive them, to seize and wield power, and to use it for the purposes of rewarding their friends and punishing their enemies.
Mosques, a hostile takeover is pretty bluntly racist. That's not racist. Mosques aren't part of a race. It's a religion. And I mean, again, my stance when I've talked about this is, again, exactly what Keir Starmer and Hillary Clinton both said.
That too, yeah.
The demographic replacement is due to cheap labor. They want cheap labor. They don't want to pay the native citizens what they deserve to be able to live and work in their own countries.
Yeah. Cheap labor, cheap votes.
Demographic displacement is
Thanks
not
for the
great
follows, you guys.
replacement.
Thank
You
you.
hate their disingenuous lies and bullshit. I mean, it's more propagandistic to just call everything great replacement, because as soon as you smear someone with that, it makes them like a black mark, right?
They just hate white people, and to an extent East Asians, yeah. Because East Asians, they are considered white adjacent, or honorary white people. So they're targets as well.
When somebody says great replacement, the first thing I think of are like the people who are just like, the Jews are trying to get rid of all the white peoples. And it's like, I have literally never said that a single fucking time. More than cheap labor.
Because it sounds like a conspiracy theory, right? When you say that, it almost sounds like flat Earth or something like that, right? When you say like great replacement theory.
And it's one of those things where there's that old saw about you ask two Jews their opinions on something, you'll come out with about 5 or 6 different opinions, and it's true. They're not a monolithic block in the way you might think. Now, there are certainly plenty of Jews who do have those, who are part of that urban monoculture and have very, very anti-white views. They don't like white people. And then you've got others that have no issue with white people. And many of them would regard themselves as both Jewish and white. It's a lot more complicated, and there's certainly not a monolithic block here. There's dissension in the ranks. And there is a diversity of opinion amongst the ranks. So, saying something like it's the Jews is a terrible oversimplification, but also probably people pushing those arguments might possibly be agent saboteurs themselves, designed to muddy the waters and distract from the real conversations that need to be had.
Also voting population. You wonder how the people would feel if Israel was building synagogues in every Muslim country. Are the ones espousing the demographic change opposition as racist, you believe, want their culture and people to die. Even the UN has a document on replacement migration. Yeah, but somehow that's just part of the conspiracy theory.
Yep. Honestly, like perfectly reasonable takes. I agree with like every single thing that she said.
Yeah. Alright. That is definitely getting a like. Post in the link and chat for that. Alright. Enough newsies. Let's do some travel stuff. Yesterday we went to a vending machine rest stop that's very famous. We've seen it before. Let's go back to Tokyo. Let's do another Sukiyaki Travel Japan video. Before we do that, let me reposition myself. There we are. Now that the crowds have thinned out and my Boshis have tragically disappeared upon me, I missed them terribly already. Let's go here. This is a good one. Okay. Stay in Ginza, Tokyo with breakfast for just 8,500 yen. Featuring Japanese breakfast and Imperial Palace walk. This is the Upper Hotel, Ginza Kyobashi in Tokyo. 3, 2, 1, and... Okay. As always, we're packing the day with good food. We got an upcoming stroll near the Imperial Palace. A real taste of summer in Tokyo. That takes me back. Right. We're going to start here at Ginza Ichome Station in Tokyo, Japan. The hotel is just a 4-minute walk from the 7th exit on the Tokyo Metro Yakucho line. Super convenient, even if it's late at night. I just have to say, 8,500 yen for a Ginza hotel. Ginza, for those of you who don't know, these are the high streets in Tokyo. Being able to stay somewhere for 8,500 yen a night, that is a hell of a bargain. You can also get to this hotel via Kyobashi Station on the Ginza line in about 2 minutes, or Takaracho Station on the Toei Asakusa line in just a minute. Ginza Ichome is the east gateway to Ginza. It's a quieter area slightly removed from the hustle of the Forchome district, with hidden cafes, old pastry shops, and galleries. But you're still getting that Ginza vibe. Very relaxing spot for your grown-up strolls. A lot less flashy. What about Ginza's everyday charm, understated elegance? The hotel is just across the zebra crossing here up ahead. And just down this road here. And suddenly we've got a quiet spot with the bold Appa Hotel sign appearing. The Appa Hotel logo is quite iconic. Very well known, very well regarded hotel chain in Japan. Price for non-smoking single room with breakfast, 8,500 yen as mentioned. That's about $58 US. Or about £43 or 49 euros. Orange and black is their signature color scheme. You see this sort of orange and black, very contemporary architecture, you know you're at an Appa hotel. Orange representing energy and friendliness, black adding that feeling of luxury. Designed to sort of stand out in any cityscape, just as the founder intended. Just like Premier Inn in the UK, the founders and the owners of Appa Hotels are fairly based individuals, though they do have some rather questionable views about, say, the events surrounding Pearl Harbor. But very much nationalists, and yeah, they want to make sure Japan stays Japan. I was rather pleased to hear that Premier Inn, they chose not to participate in any of the migrant hotel schemes over in the UK. Oh, that was rather refreshing, and just makes me glad that I'm glad to be a fan of Premier Inns. So anytime you happen to be traveling in the United Kingdom, chat, stay at a Premier Inn. You won't regret it. Good breakfast too. This here is the closest to Appa Hotel to Tokyo Station, since it's not right on the main road. Impressively quiet at night. That's a big plus. As we all know, Tokyo is a loud and bustling city. You've got direct access via the Toei Asakusa line. Very easy to reach the airport. Little wonder it's so popular with the tourists. Lobby is dazzling and bustling as ever. Lots of people coming in. They've got self-check-in machines that support all reservation platforms. So checking in quick and easy. Tap your room card to use the lift. Very reassuring security. Each floor's layout clearly displayed by the lift doors. Super helpful. Got guest rooms, the non-smoking floors, trouser presses, vending machines, ice machines, microwaves, laundromat, more vending machines, with VOD prepaid cards, and of course restrooms. I think they do have some smoking floors, but most of these floors are going to be non-smoking. This hotel in particular opened little over 10 years ago, 2013. They've got 170 rooms across 11 floors. And just listen to that chat. It's so quiet. They've got 4 room types to choose from. You get a single, double, semi-double, and deluxe. Check-in is at 3 p.m. Check-out is at 10. Trouser presses conveniently located near the lift. Grab one on your way to your room. And here's our room, 417. As usual, tap the card, unlocks the doors, in you get. Pop it there in the slot, or you can use the travel hack where you put a business card in there. The room is approximately 10 to 11 meters square, and as you can see here, chat, it's compact, so it's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze. Hence why you see a lot of people checking their large luggage downstairs in the lobby. But for what you get, it's clean and it's well laid out. Most Appa hotels our cameraman has stayed at had very bold wallpaper. This one, not so much. It's all white except for the carpet. Not a very spacious room, but it's got high ceilings, so that helps it to give it a more open atmosphere. It's plenty of space if you're a solo traveler. Not enough room to fully open a large suitcase, though, so that's worth bearing in mind. Yeah, if it were me, I would probably have opted for the deluxe room, give myself a bit of extra space. More expensive, but you know what? I like having the extra room to spread out. Up hotel rooms have a signature large desk, perfect for taking your meals, doing some reading, getting ready in the morning. And yes, they do provide you with a free bottle of water. Do have to make sure you press that button to turn on the fridge. Fairly standard size, but it will start chilling your drinks or your food. This is the television remote, wrapped in plastic to let you know it's been sanitized. There's a flyer here for food delivery service called Menu. Must be one of those app things. Good looking burger. We got paper cups, glassware, instant coffee, probably some tea in there too. Put the roomware in the drawer and a bed throw. And they tucked in the hairdryer. A branded Tescom. And there's the electric kettle. It's got deodorizing spray. I mean, they really cover all the basics. Everything you come to expect from a Japanese hotel. Shoe horns, slippers, rubbish bin. Three hangers with clips on them. And 3 without. That's supposed to be a closet space. Oh, and they even give you a little origami crane. Light controls by the bed. Get rather bright in the room. Soft side, firm side to the pillow, crinkly texture. It's like a choose your own pillow adventure. Right, where's the aircon? Oh, there it is. I would be getting that as cold as possible, especially in the summertime. I want that place cold. I want to be frozen out of my room. Panasonic. Does look like they need to clean that ceiling. I don't know if that's black mold or what the hell that is. Right. Bathroom check. Fairly standard unit bath. Larger sink, angled counter, bathtub handrail. Toto washlet, as expected. Oh, this one does the thing, chat. You've got faucet controls centrally located between the bathtub and the sink. And if you want to just, wash your hands or have a shave or something like that, you just tilt the faucet to the basin here. And if you're ready for a bath, tilt it over to the left, like so. Easy. After a long day of walking about on the streets of Tokyo, a nice, hot, relaxing bath really hits the spot. Of course, all the rooms come with a bidet-style toilet. I mean, it's Japan we're talking about here. You'd expect no less. Let's get paper cups, razors, toothbrushes. No cleaning and cleansing oil or skincare amenities, though. You might be able to get those downstairs. And if not, there's drugstores, there's konbinis, you can probably find it there. All of the upper hotel amenities use eco-friendly materials like biomass and recycled plastics. Cleaning during multi-night stays is only done upon request as part of environmental efforts. Rumor has it Upper shampoo leaves your hair silky smooth. See about that. Tub is this unique egg shape, uses about 20% less water than the standard ones. But is it any good? There's an ultra-fine bubble shower head. Feels gentle on the skin. Said to have beauty benefits. That water pressure appears to be spot on. Right. Doing an emergency route check. Always use the stairs doing an evacuation. Be it fire or earthquake or whatever. You put the green tag on your door if you're staying multiple nights and you want cleaning. Final night to stay is Saturday, October 25th, because the hotel will actually be closing. Not sure if that's for renovations or what. Let's hope it's for renovations. I should hate to think this place is going out of business. I mean, that's right in the heart of things. It seems mad that they wouldn't be able to keep a hotel like this open for business reasons. Right, let's take a lift to the second floor. Check out some of the amenities. There's only one elevator. You can expect it to be very crowded between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. That's checkout time. Right. Stepping out of the lift, you find vending machines, ice machine, microwave, and a washer and dryer. See what we've got here. We've got green tea, we've got Kirin branded ice water. Looks like, Metz Black. I don't think I've ever had Metz Black before. I'm not sure what that is. Kirin beverage. Looks like possibly their take on Strong Zero. Apple juice. Orange blend juice. Tomato juice. And canned coffee over there. dishes. Only one washer and one dryer for 170 guest rooms. That's not a lot. That feels lacking. Could be a problem. Dryer costs 100 yen per 30 minutes for 5 kilograms of laundry. Washers 300 yen per load, also up to 5 kilos. If a new hotel is ever built here, the hope is they'll install at least 5 washers and dryers. And maybe that's what they're doing. It's sad, no, it'll be the last time we see this building, but our cameraman has got food on the brain. Perpetually hungry. So let's go grab a bite to eat. Grab and eat a bite, you know? Search for a place within a 10-minute walk from the hotel. Ended up choosing Sujita. The place looks very posh. Founded in 2005 in Kanda Ochanomizu, Tokyo, known as a pioneer of rich tonkotsu fish fukimen. Tonkotsu ramen. Expanded overseas in 2011. They now have locations in Los Angeles, New Jersey, and in Houston, Texas. Warm wooden counter, adding cleanliness and comfort. Being here builds the anticipation for the sukumen. Curved corners on the interior, that's futuristic. You've got rich broth sukumen, also add in soft-boiled eggs. Pulled special char siu pork. Lots of different seasonings. Add in some extra eggs for 150 yen. You order via ticket machine, and looks like you can pay with an IC card. So, if you've got yourself a Suica card or a Passmo, you can use it to pay for dinner. Founder of Sujita believes great ramen is not just about the food, it's about the atmosphere and the service too. I tend to agree with that myself. Good music too. Design the space so even while waiting at the counter you feel the sense of excitement and anticipation. And here it is. Fukimen ramen. Broth looks really good. Squeeze a lime adds a refreshing touch. Noodles are served separately. Very thick noodles. Probably end up soaking up that soup perfectly. Soup is made from pork bone, chicken stock, seafood, kelp, veggies and more. Simmer it over a full day. It looks delicious. Yeah, there you go. You dip it in. Slurp it up. Rich fish-based broth clings the chewy noodles beautifully. Our cameraman happy to report it's delicious. Also try the soup wari, where they dilute the soup with hot water. The umami from the dashi really stood out. In a word, delicious. Oishii. I definitely want to try one of the ramen dishes too. It looked like a ramen dish. That was ramen based. Maybe not. The noodles were a bit too thick to be ramen, now that I think of it. Right, back to the hotel. Roomware check. Probably not something fitted for a fat Western tourist. Loungewear's got a bit of a yukata vibe. It's an original design for Appa Hotel. Designed to relax comfortably. I mean, as you do with your jammies. Nice embroidering work. Anyway. Night-night. And good morning. Breakfast starts at 6:30, so that's where we're heading now. Breakfast is served at Kyushu Izakaya Katete on the first floor. It's a gentle Japanese buffet focused on Kyushu-style side dishes. Yeah, definitely no sign of Western fare here. Mentaiko, spicy takana. These little dishes definitely give off that Fukuoka flavor. Also got salad, simmered dishes, and more. Promising looking spread here. This is Kempira, a fibre-packed little dish. It's like a macaroni salad of some kind. Yeah. Also got speared bamboo shoots. Hijiki and soybeans. There's a salad. There's some fried chicken. Definitely having some of that. He has the one piece. Now he has the two piece. Lemonade. Chikazini. Magoyaki. Good omelette. Get your eggs. Get your scrambled eggs in. It's like grilled fish too, yeah, that was good. Breakfast is served 6:30 to 10 a.m. Last entry 9:30. Even if you're not staying at the hotel, you can enjoy it for 1,500 yen for adults, 600 yen for the kiddies. "28 seats in this restaurant. They also serve lunch and dinner." What's going to happen to the place after the hotel closes down? Hopefully they can keep that part open and relocate somewhere close by. Right, our own custom breakfast plate. It'll leave your stomach and your heart feeling full. Looks good. That's quite a good spread. I'd eat that. Not exactly a full English breakfast, but it'll do. Camera reports. It was indeed oishi. Checkout is simple. You drop your key card in the checkout box, and you're done. Grab your things, walk out. Prime location, 4 minutes from Ginza Ichome Station. Famous, closing after just 12 years. That's fairly young for a hotel. Look forward to what Appa does next. But while we're here, we'll take a walk around the Imperial Palace. It's only so far you can get around here. Minutes from the hotel, we arrive in Marunouchi. Very unique view, stone buildings on the left, skyscrapers to the right. And there's Tokyo Station, up in the distance. From here to Nijibashi, it's about 750 meters. It's about a 12-minute walk. We've got a map here that shows the shortest route. Both times I was in this area, the weather was shit. I had to go dry off and have myself a drink at the Tokyo Station Hotel. Not much time today. We're visiting Sakura Daemon, Nijubashi, main gate of the Imperial Palace in one go. We're over here at the western side of the Imperial Palace, formerly Edo Castle. This gate is called Sakura Daemon. The official name is Soto Sakura Daemon. In 1860, right in front of this gate, Lord Ie Naosuke was assassinated by samurai from the Mito domain. A rather infamous incident in Japanese history. The original gate was built in 1644, rebuilt in 1663, later designated as a National Important Cultural Property in 1961. Some miracle it survived the bombings and the war. The inside of the turret's lattice is closed to the public, but in the Edo period it was used as a guardhouse and weapons store. Once you pass through the gate, skyscrapers of Marunouchi suddenly appear. It really does feel like you're stepping through time itself. Now we must check out a must-see spot in the Imperial Palace outer garden. Nijubashi. Many people think Nijubashi refers to both bridges leading to the palace, but officially it refers to the Seimon Tetsubashi, or the main gate iron bridge. It was originally a wooden bridge called the Geshobashi in the Edo period. It looked doubled layered due to logs stuck beneath, hence the name Nijubashi. It became an iron bridge in 1888, renovated in 1964 using advanced anti-rust technology to maintain its condition today. Kammerman resides in Tokyo, but he rarely visits the Imperial Palace. When he's here, he reports he's amazed how vast the place really is. It truly is. It's beautiful there. During the enthronement parade, the Emperor and Empress passed through this route in a car. It's quite symbolic. I think they also have a horse-drawn carriage that they can ride through this area too. In case I want to be a bit more traditional about it all. And now we see the Seimon Ishibashi, or the main gate stone bridge. Excellent photo spot. The bridge itself was made of granite and is built using Western style architecture. Quite common during the Meiji Restoration. Even after 130 years they still use it. It survived the Tokyo air raids and has been carefully restored over time. The bridges themselves are not open to the public, but you can cross them by joining the Imperial Palace guided tour. They hold it once each morning and afternoon, Tuesday through Saturday, except for holidays. Just like that, we're here at the Imperial Palace main gate. Obviously, we're not getting past that. You have to remember, the Imperial Palace is still the residence of the Imperial family. They do live there. You're not getting inside. Simple as. The main gate is usually closed and known as the Phantom Gate. Only opens for state guests or special ceremonies. It is truly a VIP entrance. Unless you are some sort of head of state, or an ambassador, or some sort of foreign dignitary, you are not getting in. Especially if you don't have an appointment to meet with His Highness. His Majesty, excuse me. No, if you were meeting one of the princes, it would be a meeting with His Highness or His Royal Highness. That's a good one. This looks like an interesting video from Saga of Akkad. We'll save that for tomorrow. Anyway, let's post this across all channels. There's the link in chat. Go check out Sukiyaki Travel Japan. Give them a follow.
It's been intense.
And I think we'll call it there for our React content. Especially after we've been at this for about 5 hours. And I think it's time we switch over and finish up Metal Gear Solid Delta. Now, chat, I hope you will indulge me on something. I'm going to be fully transparent with you. I was having a hell of a time last night trying to beat the boss. We're at the finale where we have to face her in battle. We've got about 10 minutes to do it. And I'm honestly not sure I can complete the game at the present difficulty that I had it on, which was normal. So forgive me for making the noob move. I actually spent a good chunk of today trying to get back to the position where I was at on a lower level difficulty. But, I mean, at this point, we're really just playing it to finish out the story and just be done with the game. So, again, sorry for the noob move, but it kind of has to be done if we're going to finish the bloody thing at all. So, off we get.
I come. There he is. There you are.
been making some progress.
You've gotten stronger.
Nearly done. Got the special uniform too. Got my system volume here, chat. That way I can hear this better.
Take this. Keep it safe. It's our only hope.
A patriot?
That's a hell of a gun.
Why are you giving me this?
Jack. Or should I say, Snake? You're a wonderful man. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. There's only room for one boss and one snake.
Must feel bad about her. Oh shit. Stream has decided to disconnect again. Alright, looks like we're back online on Kick. Like we're coming back online with Twitch. Maybe. Get a new recording started here. I have to just put these together later on. All right. Let's get back at it. We'll see.
Ready to go, Snake? Are you okay? Snake?
Yeah.
I told you you could trust me.
Snake! Ocelot! We're not done yet!
Can't we be, you know, we'd really like to get out of here. dick move, you arsehole. Just for that, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Too heavy.
Yeah, Ocelot, you're too fat. Get off. Guys, she's trying to fly up there.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Not good.
Forgot about that, didn't you? Now try shooting now with a broken wrist.
I picked up a few new moves. Huh. It doesn't feel right to shoot an unarmed man. But I'll get over it. Eva!
As the Texans say, they are currently all hat and no cattle.
What do you say to one last showdown?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
What's your name?
Snake.
No. Not that name. You're not a snake, and I'm not an ocelot. We're men with names. My name is Adamska. What's
Adam.
yours?
He's Adam.
John.
Very well, John. Plain name. But I won't forget it. Come on!
Let's go with the one on the left and hope for the best. Do we even have enough room in here for 10 paces? No, we got room for 5. chose right. Take one in the heart, Ocelot.
It's a blank.
You dick.
That was fun. Till we meet again, John.
All's well that ends well there.
Give me a hand! Pull!
You know, he could have made himself useful and fix things up, or, you know, maybe not break our shit.
We made it.
Yeah, we sure did. And more company.
There's no way out. What are we gonna do?
We've come too far to let them stop us now. Those things have got to be armed.
It's no
Well,
use.
of course
There's no
they
way we
are.
can outmaneuver them.
And this thing with a shot-up engine? Yeah, no, we're not.
They're
You're not going
shoot
to
us
outrun
down.
them.
We were so close.
Weapons systems on. Locked on target. I got tone.
You were great, Eva.
Huh?
Thanks.
Oak 19, this is Control. Stand by for a direct order from the chairman. Oak 19, return to base immediately. Do you read me? This is a direct order from Comrade Khrushchev. Return to base immediately. Oak 19, do you copy?
Understood. Aborting mission. RTB.
Look!
That was
The MiGs are turning back! Woo!
rather nice of Comrade Khrushchev there. God damn it. What is it this time?
Well done, Snake.
The MiG's disengaged.
Most likely under orders from Khrushchev.
Is this his way of helping us?
Who knows? Maybe he didn't want things to get messier than they already are. Or maybe he just wanted us to owe him one. The important thing is, you made it out alive. As long as Khrushchev is with us, I don't think they'll be coming after you. It should be smooth sailing all the way to Alaska. I'm sending someone out to Galena Base to meet you.
To meet me?
The DCI and the President himself are waiting at Langley. Don't keep them waiting.
Yes, we are saving. I saw radio.
So what are you going to do now? Go back to the KGB?
What do you want me to do?
Did you ever think about coming back to America?
I can't go back. I've left America behind me.
But you saved this country.
I didn't do it alone.
And I still owe you a dinner.
Is that part of your mission too? Or is it an order? Or is it an invitation?
Or would you prefer it to be, darling?
Or a proposal?
There we go.
I don't take orders from anyone now.
No, that's the spirit. Yeah, wood. Not sure it wasn't important.
Scholars tell us that the
just
first
like
spy
that.
in history was the snake in the book of Genesis.
Is gone.
In that story, it was Eve who was tempted by the snake in the Garden of Eden. But this time around, it was I who tempted the snake and got away with the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Forgive me, snake.
Oh, convenient. Need to thread that up.
Good morning, Snake. I hope you slept well. First of all, I have to apologize. I wasn't sent by Khrushchev. I'm not a KGB spy, and I never worked for the NSA. I'm an agent of the People's Republic of China for the General HQ 2nd Department of the People's Liberation Army. It was all a lie.
But I'm
I tricked you.
Chicoms.
And I'm sorry.
I'm Bonneville. Got good taste.
The philosophers still exist in China, too. You see, My mission was to find out where Vulcan was hiding the philosopher's legacy and steal it. So I infiltrated his base as a KGB spy. The 2 NSA codebreakers who defected in 1960 were actually both men. The real Adam never showed up at the meeting place, saving me the trouble of having to eliminate him. I sneaked in by pretending I was Eva. And you and Sokolov and Volgan, you all believed me. The philosopher's legacy was originally held in common between the US, Soviet Union, and China. We couldn't let the Russians and the Americans take it all for themselves. The Chinese government had its eye on the legacy too. I got the film containing the legacy, and also the nuclear missile launch data from the Shagohod. 5 years ago, the Soviet Union stopped supplying us with nuclear weapons technology. Since then, China's Liaodong easing, hydrogen bomb, and space rocket projects have fallen behind. But with this data, our country will be able to develop its own nukes. We'll create a deterrent force to rival those of the US and Soviet Union. Everything has gone according to plan, thanks to your help. I too am one of the philosophers. I'm an agent of the philosophers, a graduate of one of their charm schools. I was raised in a joint US-Soviet-Chinese facility to become a sleeper agent. This was before the war. Back then, they were collecting children from all over the world. As a result, I'm indistinguishable from a native-born American. So it didn't surprise me when you and Volgan couldn't tell the difference. But she knew right from the beginning. She knew because before the war, she was at one of the philosopher's schools too, as an instructor. The boss was the only one I couldn't fool. She was the only one who knew I was a fake. She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it.
Old ties, they run deep.
I think I do. Snake. She wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you.
Clearly, you can't do that.
But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other. And not because you saved my life. But because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to live.
Of course, the tape self-destructs. Could have at least given advance warning.
Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No. Far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice. Because that was her duty.
President Lyndon Johnson.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss. true patriot.
Yeah, good soldier, Snake. Shake the president's hand. Secretary, CIA Director.
You know, we could use an infiltration unit like Fox in the Army. Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgin inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgin's trust. Finding out where the philosopher's legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the US government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever.
That's tools
This,
of the
they
government.
concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given, and she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death at your hands was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed by such a burden. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end. But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on, in your memory. Not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself. And that's why she told me. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Khrushchev ousted from power October 64. Brezhnev becomes first secretary of the Communist Party. He conducts its first successful nuclear test in October 64, Taklamakan Desert. Stigant joins ARPA in 65. Eva disappears without a trace in Hanoi, 1968. Major Zero disbands Fox in 1970. Accumulates the remainder of the legacy. Big Boss establishes Foxhound in 1971. 1972. The Les Enfants Terribles project is developed. Solid, Liquid, and Solidus Snake are born. That was good. A lot of it was very familiar territory. It's a rather sad, melancholy song. It fits. Eric Gregson Williams and Rika Muranaka. The people we get back in the day. Eddie Gregson Williams started with Metal Gear Solid 2. Stuck with it all the way to Metal Gear Solid 5. that was considered a really big fucking deal when he signed on to do music for a video game. So he'd done mostly movies and television shows, but the idea of a Hollywood composer creating music for a video game, late 90s, early 2000s, that was unheard of. One of the first games where they had to start moving away from this theme. They played too close to a Russian folk song. Tappy, the original composer of Metal Gear Solid theme, was accused of plagiarism.
Yes, Grozny Grad and the Granin Research Facility have both been wiped out without a trace.
Ocelot.
I understand, sir, but they were necessary sacrifices. Yes, the CIA has taken care of the boss themselves. I believe the White House will be satisfied. Khrushchev is finished. Your time has finally arrived. Yes, the American president is relying on us to keep a lid on the whole affair. We've got him by the balls. It should make a valuable trump card in future negotiations. Yes, Chief Director, of course. I'll keep the KGB informed.
Making another call.
Yes, it's me. The boss has accomplished her mission. The philosopher's legacy is now safely with us, in America's hands. With this money, yes, the philosophers can finally be revived. The film we handed the Chinese was a fake. Peking must be in an uproar right about now. I'm afraid so. only half the money has made it back to the United States. The KGB must still have part of the legacy. Yes, the weapon has been reduced to ashes. That's right. Groznygrad has been obliterated by the Davy Crockett we brought in as well. Yes, that was the boss's work too. Speaking of which, I've obtained something from Granin that you might find interesting. It's a revolutionary new nuclear attack system. Perhaps it might just come in handy someday. Yes, we have Snake to thank for that. Khrushchev believed it as well. Yes, they bought our story. I don't think they'll be making a fuss. The secondary alert has been lifted as well. And the Soviets still haven't discovered my true identity.
I don't think
they have
you
no
know
idea
your true
that I've been
identity.
triple-crossing them. I will continue my activities as a contact for the new government. Yes, it appears that no one knew that I was Adam. Of course, I'm always at the CIA's disposal.
That's my guardian angel.
Mr. Director.
Title of Eagle. Not bad, I'll take it. Couldn't hear you, sir. Oh, yeah, Ocelot acting as sort of guardian angel throughout the entire time. Next, you must play Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. Well, as soon as they develop one for release it as part of the next package of Metal Gear games for Steam and everywhere else, I definitely will. I never got a chance to finish Peace Walker either. Zombie User, thank you for the follow. And looks like we might have... Hang on. There it goes. Metal Angel Galley, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. If this is your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman Vtuber, and we are wrapping up the main storyline of Metal Gear Solid Delta. After we just had the end credits and everything. How was your stream? Let me get you some shout-outs here. Playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. How did that go? Stream was good. That's good. Just how much rogue trading did you get up to? This particular go around. Yeah, we got the Patriot. And the camera. And green face paint. And brown face paint. And we got the tuxedo. We got the tuxedo. And the banana camo. DPM. Boscam Desert. Desert Tiger. Flecton. All the national flag face paints. Mummy camo. That's interesting. Grenade. Oh, got the white tuxedo. Unlock the demo theater, the secret theater. Guy Savage Delta. Character view to, yeah, let's save here. Went fine. It was a pretty long stream, very late for me. I'll just be raiding and running. Would just like to stick around and chat. Totally understand, Gally. Feel free to raid and run. Have yourself a good rest. I know it's late. Raiders, after stream care. Remember that. It's important. Get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink. Let's see if we've got... interesting. Unlock the Ape Fear mission. Gone with the Apes. Return the Living Apes. Apes of Wrath. Let's give this a go. Russian monkey.
Three, 2, 1, start! Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha! Ah! Ow! Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha!
Guess that's a bonus Robo Monkey.
Gotcha!
Can't get into the armory.
Gotcha! Gotcha!
Let's get that one.
Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha! 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 Gotcha!
17 out of 21, getting close.
Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine!
This big old thing's not going to be moving anytime soon. Which is good.
Gotcha!
Just got one more. One more of the little beasties and we'll be done. Where did he run off to? Hunting apes, yes. We've saved the world from the Chicago horde. Now we must save the world from the reign of terror of the apes. There you are.
Gotcha! All done! Yes!
LOL. On with the apes. 24.
Three, 2, 1, start! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha! 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 You're mine!
Hold still.
Gotcha.
We're going to need you lot to stop chimping out.
You're mine. Gotcha. You're mine.
All in one fell swoop. One left. There you are.
Gotcha. All done. Yes.
Says while he's looking at picture of a cute Japanese girl. I mean, well, there's anything wrong with that, but still, it's like, bruh. Return to living apes. Oh, great. Gigantic mechanical monstrosity again.
Three, two, one, start. Gotcha. You're mine.
Okay, that probably broke something.
Gotcha. You're mine. Gotcha.
Ah, great. I have to climb up there. Damn it. Yeah, just for that, you're getting in the box.
Gotcha. Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha! Gotcha!
I'm gonna have to work on that one's sneaking abilities.
Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha! 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 You're mine! Gotcha! Gotcha!
22 out of 25. Let's see the last of them up there.
Gotcha!
Alright, that's 24. One left. There's somewhere. There.
Gotcha! All done! Yes!
Apes of Ra. Last one. Got 16 with this one.
Three, two, one, start! Gotcha! Gotcha! You're mine! Gotcha!
done. Takes care of that one. Just one more.
Gotcha! All done! Yes!
Alright, that's that. We caught all the monkeys. Guy Savage Delta. Let's give that a go. I think this is supposed to be the stream sequence minigame that usually occurs whenever you save, quit, come back, and you're still in the holding cell after the torture sequence. Yeah, looks right. It was pretty fucking hard. Come on out to play, lads. we have a boss? Is it a boss? Looks like a boss. Oh, back for more. Bad for a minigame, chat. Well, fun while it lasted. They're going to kick me back to the main game? Hello? There we go. Secret movie Delta 1.
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me. My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are
Gross.
together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself.
Hornets.
I'm coming home.
I have no regrets.
Well, certainly took care of them in one fell swoop. Made them incandescent. Alright, chat. I think that's enough of that. Right. That wraps up Metal Gear Solid Delta. Let's see. On that note, should find someone to raid. I think. How many do we have here? Nope, I'll do it. Let's see. Who's online? Who's saying something cool? I think I might have someone. You need a target, good sir. I think I've got one. They've actually been kind enough to raid us before. They actually raided us last night. Yes. We will go with one of the Nightshade sisters. Go with May Nightshade. For tonight. And there's a copy pasta for everyone. Right. Let's go raid the Nightshade sisters. They're playing Peak together. Thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I'll see you all tomorrow. More streaming. Probably going to play Pirate Yakuza. Pick that up. But yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm Lord Rexworth. Wishing you all the best. And God bless.